Mama taught me how to land on my feet. I have this way of finding trouble. It's never far. Wherever I go, take one step after another. You gotta move like a rolling stone. Hey! You gotta move like a rolling stone. Oh yeah! Hey! You gotta move like a rolling stone. Oh yeah! Well, I woke up this morning with the devil knocking on my door. Well, he came without warning with a deal, you know, I just couldn't ignore. I do believe, my pretty lady, that it's time for me to move along. Take one step after another. You gotta move like a rolling stone. Hey! You gotta move like a rolling stone. Oh yeah! Hey! You gotta move like a rolling stone. Oh yeah!
because this craziness, this sickness in this country now is shot through the whole society. People in law enforcement have also succumbed to right-wing extremism and white nationalism. Again, what this points up is how pervasive and vast a problem this is, and we will be dealing with it for a long time.
I said, something's wrong here, something's really wrong, can't have happened, and we fight. We fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. As this enormous crowd shows, we have truth and justice on our side. So we're going to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I love Pennsylvania. And we're going to the Capitol. We're going to try and give our Republicans, we're going to try and give them the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I want to thank you all. God bless you, and God bless America.
I'll get started after the song finishes. That was fun. That's the first time I've been able to play that on my stream. That is the brand new released sort of almost yesterday, but really like an hour before yesterday because we couldn't control ourselves. Bodies of Ever song, Sons of Sedition. I did the video. I did all the video editing, and we recorded and we got it mastered all very, very seat of the pants quick, but we nailed it, and I'm very proud of it. And so that's what that was. How's everyone doing? And by everyone, I mean potentially a couple people are watching. There's one that looks like Boss Sunday and Lori Pub. Both of those could be real people, or they could be bots. I am a small streamer, Andy. I never know when the real people are here until they start in the chat. So if you want to say stuff, chat away. I'm here to do science today with my chemicals. I've got some chemicals. We're going to do some science. I had this notion in my head that I was like, I wonder, you know how they always say that, you know, people are like, oh, yeah, I wouldn't have done that except I was drinking. Brings out the worst in me. And there's other people, myself included, I think, who tend to go the other direction, like the you know, get super chipper and super loving and caring and all that stuff. And I was like, I wonder what effect that drinking actually has on stuff. So in a totally valid, 100% really real scientific experiment tonight, I'm gonna get drunk, and we're gonna take the political compass test from 8 Flags before, and we're gonna take the political compass test from 8 Flags after, and we will see if I become horrible or awesomer or whatever. I've taken this test in the past. My assumption is probably the results will be kind of similar. I typically come across or come through as a libertarian socialist because I value both liberty and socialism, which are not mutually exclusive, contrary to what many on the right may seem to think. But, salute. It's going to be a fun night. Or it's going to be me by myself just drinking and talking to my computer screen and being kind of weird like that. Either way, I'm good with it. I'm here for it. So first things first, before the devil alcohol sets in, let's do a little testing. So I'm gonna switch to my browser view, and I believe I actually have a tab open. Where the fuck is my tab? There it is. The 8 values. I keep saying 8 flags. It's 8 values. So we're going to click here to start. You'll be presented with a series of statements. For each one, click the button with your opinion on it. Got it. Okay. 70 questions. I'll try and speedrun it. Oppression by corporations is more of a concern than oppression by governments. I would say I'm neutral. I think both are a concern. It's necessary for the government to intervene in the economy to protect consumers. Strongly agree. The freer the markets, the freer the people. I'm going to disagree. I'm going to say strongly disagree on that one. It is better to maintain a balanced budget than to ensure welfare for all citizens. Hell no. I'm going to disagree. Publicly funded research is more beneficial to the people than leaving it to the market. I agree. There's some caveats there. Tariffs on international trade are important to encourage local production. I'm kind of neutral on that one, honestly. The whole concept of international trade is a bit sketchy to me, but whatever. From each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. I agree. It would be best if social programs were abolished in favor of private charity. Strongly disagree. Taxes should be increased on the rich to provide for the poor. Strongly agree. Inheritance is a legitimate form of wealth. Strongly disagree. Basic utilities like roads and utilities should be publicly owned. Strongly agree. Government intervention is a threat to the economy. Disagree. I'm not going to say strongly disagree. Those with a greater ability to pay should receive better health care. Strongly disagree. Quality education is a right of all people. Strongly agree. See, we're flying through this. The means of production should belong to the workers who use them. I'm going to say agree, not strongly agree, because I'm not anti-capitalist and I'm a realist. In a perfect world, I think they should, but it's not a perfect world. The United Nations should be abolished. I disagree. Military action by our nation is often necessary to protect it. Disagree. Just quick check on chat and see if anyone's... No chat's happening yet. I support regional unions such as the European Union. Yeah, I support them. It's important to maintain our national sovereignty. I disagree. I don't give a fuck about national sovereignty. A united world government would be beneficial to mankind. I'm going to say agree. I don't really think that's all the way the case, but I kind of go with what they're saying. It's more important to retain peaceful relations than to further our strength. Yes, I strongly agree. Wars do not need to be justified to other countries. Strongly disagree. We are citizens of the world. Military spending is a waste of money. I agree. I don't say strongly agree because sometimes shit goes down. International aid is a waste of money. Strongly disagree. My nation is great. Disagree. Research should be conducted on an international scale. Yes, I strongly agree. Government should be accountable to the international community. I strongly agree. Even when protesting an authoritarian government, violence is not acceptable. I disagree. Oh, that's if there's people watching, boy, you're going to be angry. My religious values should be spread as much as possible. So this one's tricky for me because I am an atheist, and I do believe that my religious values should be spread as much as possible. But religious values should not. So I'm going to say disagree because I'm thinking in terms of the wide world. Our nation's values should be spread as much as possible. I also disagree. It is very important to maintain law and order. I'm neutral on this. The general populace makes poor decisions. General populace makes poor decisions. I disagree. Physician-assisted suicide should be legal. I agree strongly. Sacrifice of some civil liberties is necessary to protect us from acts of terrorism. I agree, but it's in giant hesitant agree. Government surveillance is necessary in the modern world. I'm neutral on that one. The very existence of the state is a threat to our liberty. I mean, it is. I'm going to put neutral because I don't really agree with that, but I don't strongly disagree with it. Regardless of political opinions, it is important to side with your country. Strongly disagree. All authority should be questioned. Strongly agree. A hierarchical state is best. I disagree, but then immediately my brain went like, yeah, but what about like hierarchies of workable hierarchies of expertise. And I'm still going to go with disagree because I don't think that's what it's getting at. It's important that the government follows the majority opinion even if it is wrong. Strongly disagree. The stronger the leadership, the better. Stronger the leadership, the better. I'm going to go with strongly disagree if I understand what that question's asking. Democracy is more than a decision-making process. Yes, it is. I agree. Environmental regulations are essential. Strongly agree. A better world will come from automation, science, and technology. I mean, define better. I'm going to say that I agree. Children should be educated in religious or traditional values. Strongly disagree. Traditions are of no value on their own. Strongly agree. Religion should play a role in government. Strongly disagree. Churches should be taxed the same way other institutions are taxed. Strongly agree. Climate change is currently one of the greatest threats to our way of life. Agree. It's important that we work as a united world to combat climate change. Strongly agree. Society was better many years ago than it is now. Strongly disagree. It's important that we maintain the traditions of our past. I'm going to say neutral. It's important that we think in the long term beyond our lifespans. Strongly agree. Reason is more important than maintaining our culture. Agree. Drug use should be legalized or decriminalized. Strongly agree. Same-sex marriage should be legal. So strongly agree. No cultures are superior to others. Strongly agree. Sex outside of marriage is immoral. Strongly disagree. If it wasn't for sex outside of marriage, I wouldn't have no sex at all. If we accept migrants at all, it is important that they assimilate into our culture. Strongly disagree. Abortion should be prohibited in most or all cases. Strongly disagree. Gun ownership should be prohibited for those without a valid reason. I'm going to say disagree. I support single-payer universal health care. Strongly agree. Prostitution should be illegal. Strongly disagree. Maintaining family values is essential. Strongly disagree. To chase progress at all costs is dangerous. I disagree. There are that all costs shit is a bit sketch, but I'm going to say disagree. Genetic modification is a force for good even on humans. I agree. It certainly also could be a force for bad. We should open our borders to immigration. Strongly agree. Government should be as concerned about foreigners as they are about their own citizens. I'm going to say agree. I think in the perfect world they would care a lot more about all the people, but the priority has to be on the people they are there to protect, etc. All people, regardless of factors like culture or sexuality, should be treated equally. Strongly agree. It is important that we further my group's goals above all others. Strongly disagree. All right, so I am mostly a socialist on the economic access. I am very, very little on the nation side. I'm more of an internationalist. That does not surprise me. On the civil access, I'm fairly libertarian. On the societal access, I am a revolutionary very, very strongly. The closest match, as I called, libertarian socialism. And for those that want to understand, libertarian socialism is the best thing. It is the best thing, period, ever. End of sentence. That's the world. So we've done our 8 flags. I got some drinking to do. I mentioned that this was for science, right? Because, science is important. These are also, I'm going to do pretty stiff. I'm kind of a large fella. And I can put back some liquids, and we don't have all night. So I'm going to have to, hurry these along. Thus they're going down fairly quickly. It's also really lovely. The rum that I bought is quite lovely. But while we wait for the alcohol to kick in, I was hoping to see some people chatting. Does not appear to be the thing that's going to happen, at least not right now. The burps. You'll get used to those. Hey, Reno's on. Hey, Reno, how you doing, buddy? I hope you're well. I don't think you saw, but I played our video at the start of the whole diddly brutally thing, whatever this is. I'm not drunk yet. I have a long ways to go, and we're in this together. all of us. So hopefully we get there. If not, it's going to be a really weird stream where at the end of it I'll be like, I drank a lot tonight, but I'm good. Yeah, good. I didn't see it. Oh yeah, no, it was. I played the video and it was awesome. I also just did the test. I'm a libertarian socialist. This comes as a shock to exactly nobody. Just putting dishes away, had to get beer. Here's to that. I have to drink, you have to drink. One drink down. 16 minutes in. Looks like I have to pour another. And this is Bumbo XO. They had the regular Bumbo, which is quite lovely. And then they had this one. And I figured I'd try this one because I have never had the XO. And so far, so good. I'm mixing them kind of stiff. Because this ain't my first rodeo. When it comes to putting liquor in my body, I've done it a time or two. And I know I can pretty effectively hold the liquor. So if we're gonna do science tonight, I'm gonna have to push. I also ate the worst pizza on earth, so I'm sorry. I'm gonna burp. I'm chugging fucking Coca-Cola with terrible fucking pizza in my system. So it is what it is. All right, so we got to kill some time. What do you guys want to do? One of the things that I was considering that we could do is we could just sort of be React Andes and watch a bunch of stuff that would show up on my interwebs, and we could go, oh my god, and make all the React Andy faces. One of the things that I saw earlier, I was watching that horrible man Vaush was watching the actual delivery of the sentencing by the judge in the Ahmaud Arbery case. And watching that was pretty fucking cool. I have to say, that judge, I never have faith in our elected officials, and certainly not when there's any possibility that they can just, put their thumb on the scale and allow for, white folks to get away with shit. So I was pleasantly surprised, even though not really pleasantly surprised with the outcome. And by not really, what I mean is, it would be really hard, even with like the whole weight of your upper body crushing down on that scale, to have to in any way justify that. Like, no, I think they did a good thing. It was pretty clear that they were assholes and deserved what they got. So, but his response was really cool. So maybe we'll watch that. I don't know. Does anyone watch and have any suggestions? Because I'm open for them. In the meantime, maybe I'll just let's quickly look at if PragerU has any, while you collect your thoughts, if you want to. We'll see what PragerU's got on the go here. All right. I got to switch my view. This view right here. And I'm going to type in PragerU. And let's go to their awesome page and look at their most recent videos. Can you trust the new... Oh, it's about to... That one's new. Then there's Dennis Prager's Guide to New Year's Resolutions. Half an hour of watching fucking a Dennis Prager fireside chat about... Let me tell you about why left-wing people are horrible monsters. Let's see. Harry Potter is anti-Semitic. There's an hour you could never get back, ever. Where's the latest in the shitty PragerU? This looks like it might be one. Yeah, let's watch Totalitarianism. Can it happen in America? I bet it can. Come on.
Here's the good news. The secret police are not coming with guns to take you away to a prison camp in a frozen wasteland.
Thank fuck.
For speaking out against the government. They did that in communist countries in the 20th century.
Yeah, the government of the United States has never arrested people ever. That's not what ever happens.
It's not going to happen here in America or in Western Europe.
Not to white folks. It'll happen in Syria, and we have a whole island base or series of island bases for that. But not here at home. We promise.
Here's the bad news. The secret police aren't coming for you because they don't have to. There are ways to shut you up and keep you quiet that don't involve physical force. The powers that be, and that now includes major corporations, the educational establishment, the media, and the government.
I'm betting, I have not seen this before. I'm betting that what we're talking about right now is Twitter censorship. That's my speculation. We'll see if it looks right. Japanese Americans during World War II. Yeah, that was a thing that certainly happened. One might add Chelsea Manning, Snowden. There's actually quite a lot of examples of American citizens being, I don't know, black bagged at a Black Lives Matter rally, thrown in the back of a car by people who weren't identifying themselves as police officers for an arrest. I mean, that's a thing that happened.
Could just kick you off the internet, put you on a no-fly list, and bar you from using the banking system. We can describe scenario number 1 as hard totalitarianism and scenario number 2 as soft totalitarianism. There are big differences between them, but in the end, you arrive at the same place: submission and silence.
Who does this guy look like? I keep thinking he looks like a bedraggled version of somebody famous. I can't put my finger on it.
But in the end, you arrive at the same place: submission and silence. To grasp the threat of totalitarianism, hard or soft, it's important to understand exactly what it means. According to the famous political scholar Hannah Arendt, a totalitarian society is one in which an ideology seeks to displace all prior traditions and institutions, with the goal of bringing all aspects of society under control of that ideology. The state literally defines and controls reality. Truth is whatever the rulers decide it is.
No. I mean, it's true if your concept of totalitarianism is exactly 1984 by George Orson. But for those of us that actually, live in the real world, totalitarianism is I guess that's the end state, but it is government control of, unnecessarily over the comings and goings and lives of individuals. And so it's not like there's a checkbox, and if it's totalitarian, then we live in Orson. Otherwise, we live in the fucking Sound of Music, which I guess is a bad example because they were fleeing Nazis, now that I say it out loud. But you know what I mean.
Rulers might say something like, men can have babies, or skin color is more important than character.
Men can have babies, or skin color is more important than character. Well, for the record, men can have babies. That's because men could be referring to the gender, which is a social construct, and could be applied to someone who has the biological machinery of a female, but is living as a man and experiencing life as the social construct of a man, and yet could still become pregnant. That's legal and allowed. The idea that this black skin is more important than a person's character. No one is saying that. Or at least no one that I know of is saying that. What I hear people saying is that maybe black skin shouldn't be like the thing that means that you don't have character, or that your character is immediately sussy.
Or skin color is more important than character. Or
bullshit.
The American Revolution was fought not for freedom, but to protect the colonists' slave interest.
That was a big reason.
Or those who resist a vaccine mandate are enemies of the people.
Not enemies of the people necessarily, but certainly shitfucks who deserve to get punched square in the cock.
And insist that you not only believe it, but affirm it. If you don't, you might lose your job, your business, and your good name. That dystopian future, of course.
Because the government does that. If the government finds out that you don't believe in mask wearing, you're going to lose your job and the government's gonna go tell all your friends that you're a jerk, and they're gonna like flick boogers at you because the government told them to. Because that's the world we're living, man. That's the thing, man. A lot of people don't see it, but I see it. I see it.
Is now.
It's now.
And we're only at the beginning of this process.
Wokeism.
Where does it lead?
Totalitarianism.
To less freedom, that much we know.
Oh, I missed it. The classic. So.
Job, your business, and your good name. That dystopian future, of course, is now. And we're only at the beginning of this process. Where does it lead?
A slippery slope argument is where it leads. Fuck, I love these.
To less freedom, that much we know. Again, no guns, no violence. We just go along. Nobody kicks the door down. We open the door and invite them in. The
They
more
look like
information the
Mormons.
government has about you, and the more the tech sector can see what you're doing and saying online, the easier it is to monitor your behavior.
That's
How
true.
long-
It is true that the more that you, the more that we move into online spaces, and the more of our privacy that we are both intentionally sharing and not effectively protecting, yeah, absolutely. That gives them the ability to monitor us. Will not argue. And that's why today's broadcast is brought to you by Snark VPN. Just kidding. I don't have sponsors. But you should have a VPN.
Before the government creates a digital profile of each citizen. And how would the government use that profile?
For
It
evil.
might go like this. If you do socially positive things as defined by the government, nothing really changes. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, because the government loves it when you protest against fossil fuels. But if you say something that you're not allowed to say, like hate speech, then for some reason, fucking government.
Maybe you're even rewarded for good behavior. A faster internet connection, preferred medical treatment, or even the best seats at a concert.
It's way better if we can control who gets access to the best seats at the concert or preferred medical treatment just based on their economic god status. Yeah, Reno, absolutely. These people could just use snail mail. They have no creativity.
If you do socially negative things, again, as defined by the government, you lose privileges. You're pushed.
And you know what? On the topic of snail mail, so in the world of snail mail, if I was to be a criminal and I was sending letters that outlined some of my criminal activities, and there was a strong suspicion that I was doing the criminal planning with my letters, the government wouldn't have had the ability to just open my mail. They would have to have gone through the whole process of getting a warrant and having a, reasonable cause and all that kind of stuff. When all of this cybersecurity stuff first started coming up, when I was in college years ago, I remember reading this book called What Do You Have to Hide? And it was about the creation of PGP, which was one of the OG encryption programs. And PGP was phenomenal. It was a fantastic program. And the government couldn't break it. And there was a big well, wait, what if the criminals use this and we can't spy on them? And I remember at the time thinking, but you can't spy on them now. If they were using phones, you can't listen to their phone calls without permission. You can't, there's things that you have to do. You can't just prevent us from having encryption technology that protects us just because some people might use that incorrectly and you wouldn't have a way to fuck people over. So here is a bag of dicks. Consume at your leisure.
Pushed to the margins of
Okay, what was that
seats
there?
at a concert. If you do socially negative things, again, as defined by the government, you lose privileges. You're pushed to the margins of society.
Did you see that? The poor lady, she was saying, no, I won't put your Fauci ouchie in my army warmy. And the sad person here was like, but I want to destroy your every waking dream and give you 5G wireless access, and you will die like a pig in hell, suffer under the boot of totalitarianism. Rah! And then the government was like, sorry, bitch, you have no freedoms. Because that's what we're living, man. That's where we're at right now, man. God.
You become a non-person.
No.
Sound far-fetched? It shouldn't. It's happening right now in China. It happened in Russia and Eastern Europe not that long ago. Talk to anyone who lived behind the Iron Curtain, and they will tell you we are headed down a danger.
Okay. These are the people who are supposed to, like, love America. America first. America's wonderful. These are these people. And they can never help but be like, you know who else had paved roads? China. And look at China. So do you want paved roads now, buddy? Fucking morons.
Dangerous road. No, you say, it can't happen here in the land of the free and the home of the brave. I wouldn't be so sure. Ronald Reagan famously observed that freedom can be lost in a single generation. That's because the human inclination is not toward.
Okay, why did Reagan say that? I need to know. Reagan, freedom can be lost. I'll switch views so it's a little bit easier for you to see what's going on my screen. And fuck off. Ooh, ReaganLibrary.gov. This probably won't make me sign up for anything. So this was from the inaugural address. So perhaps you and I have lived too long with this miracle to properly be appreciative. Freedom is a fragile thing, and it is never more than a generation away from extinction. It is not ours by way of inheritance. It must be fought for and defended constantly by each generation. For it comes only once to a people, and those in world history who have known freedom and then lost it have never known it again. Which is exactly why, as soon as the Scots got taken over by the English, they've never been free. Ever. Like, even right now, where they're, they're free. Right now. Free.
Toward liberty, but security. Freedom is a value, not an instinct. It entails personal responsibility and risk. Security requires little risk and little personal responsibility. So it comes with little freedom. That's why every new generation must be taught the supreme importance of freedom and develop the strength of character to maintain it. Of course, the people who want to take away our freedom say they're doing it in the name of compassion for the many victims of oppression. Unlike the Bolsheviks of the old Soviet Union, the left of today's America
the new Bolsheviks who want to end systemic racism, like, can you fucking imagine?
Its way not by shedding blood, but by shedding tears. Don't be fooled. The objective is always the same: submission and silence. So,
please be totalitarian with me, ooh.
How do we stop the drift towards soft totalitarianism?
Simple.
This is not an
murder all the lefties.
Easy question, but we can create a base from which we can start to act. Let it be this. You may not have the strength to stand up in public and say what you really believe, but you can at least refuse to affirm what you do not believe. You cannot overthrow this soft totalitarianism on your own. But if enough of us find within ourselves, our families, and our communities the means and the courage to live in the dignity of truth, no matter what it costs, we can keep America free. Otherwise, we will learn how easy it is to become a totalitarian country, soft or hard. I'm Rod Dreher, author of Live Not by Lies.
Okay, so I'm gonna rebut. It's gonna be a good rebutting. I'm gonna rebut fully. So, America absolutely could lose all their freedom. Oh, hey, I see Christian McLean. Hello from Austin, Texas. How you doing, brother? It's been far too long. I see you're on the YouTubes. I had the chat open. That's just the Twitter chat, but I do have my full chat. Christian, it's good to see you, my friend. I hope Austin's treating you well. Yeah, I used to work with Christian once upon a time. and we had some fun times. In fact, got really stoned at his house once. Just that happened. Speaking of which, I am pouring myself another very stiff rum-based drink with some Coca-Cola. The only way to drink Coca-Cola. Yeah, I really enjoy the idea that everyone's so afraid of the totalitarian woke. And that, like, ooh, please, won't you be more totalitarian? Won't you stop thinking for yourself? Let the government put the injection in you. Like, fuck right off. That is so a million miles away from reality. Yeah, you know, I'm like a little bit of a punk rock kid and a bit of an anti-authoritarian. A libertarian, as it were. As we learned when I sped around through the political eight values. I always say 8 flags. The 8 values test at the start of the broadcast here. Oh, hey, I'm averaging about a drink every 15 minutes, so far so good. But yeah, so I value the liberty. I value all that good, clean goodness that is freedom. Yeah, absolutely. Reagan's not wrong. Liberty can be taken away. In our current climate, and I'm talking about south of the border, I feel like the threats to liberty are less from Joe Biden's army of very milquetoast Democrat liberals who were like, I want to change nothing, but I like to sound progressive. And a lot more from, I don't know, like the Christian nationalist types who keep blowing shit up. I was watching a debate the other day, and somebody kept going like, "Oh my God, hey dude, we did lose freedoms." Maybe depends on which freedoms you're talking about. You're in Austin, so that tells me that you're not like a Texan. So that's a good sign. Yeah, it's creepy to me, the intensity. Like, so as a fucking punk. I do not trust the government. But that doesn't mean I don't trust authorities that know shit. Authority is the wrong word. Experts would be the right word. If a fucking doctor tells me that I should get a vaccine, I'll get a vaccine. If a fucking doctor tells me that, I should not get my colon checked until later than previously thought because it turns out they're getting a lot of false positives, well, that's an expert fucking telling me. I'm going to trust that person as an expert, just as I would trust somebody who was more punk rock than me telling me about a punk rock thing that punk rocked. That's not the same as letting the government boss me around and call me a ninny for not having a thing. It's so fucking weak. This whole thing is just so frustrating. And yeah, I can't get over what I see as some very rational, reasonable people losing their shit over the most insignificant crap. Oddly enough, my ex-wife is an anti-vaxxer, and she's vaccinated. She's like, yeah, I ain't fucking around. This thing's serious. But she was able to see it, so I don't know. Fuck. Anyways, I'm losing the thread here. Clearly, the alcohol's starting to work. Also, clearly, I need to have a smoke. I'm going to take a quick 7-minute break. And then I will come back and we will continue with whatever the fuck. Fuck Ted Cruz. Yeah, except for one thing, and that is that no one should be forced to fuck Ted Cruz. Not even Ted Cruz's wife or children. I feel like we should design an autonomous system that fucks Ted Cruz so that no humans can be harmed. That might be considered, to some kind of like techno-slavery or whatever, and I don't know morally where I stand on the subject, but definitely I feel like forcing someone to fuck Ted Cruz, even if it's for the greater good. Yeah, I can't in good conscience recommend it because he's such a fucking horseshit. Did you watch Cruz on Tucker Carlson? No. Find me a link, and we will enjoy that together when I come back from my smoke. How's that sound, Reno? In the meantime, I might also pee because I am drinking a lot and quickly. All right. I'm back. Let me get this thing off my face. And then all will be well with the world. Where is my thing? Holy shit. Where did it go? There it is. And gone. So I see Christian had to take off. Hey, Kitty Jerkface. How you doing, my friend? It's good to see you. This is drink number 3. I'm trying to get drunk. But I'm a big fella. So hopefully it's not like 2 in the morning and I'm like finally able to take the test. Yeah, my buddy Christian had to take off. He asked the question, but if a punk rock doctor wanted to check my colon with authority, would I allow it? That's a strange question because I don't know that there's a scenario where the authority would require me to have a colonoscopy, but if it was based on authoritarianism and not on an actual mug root beer over here, oh, I feel you. I definitely feel like I'm starting to make a whole lot of bad choices, but that's okay. Yeah, authority. I can't imagine a scenario where the government would be like, colonoscopies for all. But if it was authoritarian, I'd be like, fuck you. If it was for my medical benefit, I would be... let me explain this another way. I remember talking with a buddy of mine, and I've mentioned this on stream before. Oh, that pizza's just sitting angry in my stomach right now. Ugh. All right, so Bugadan was chatting with me one day, and he mentioned that he never wears a seatbelt because he won't be told what to do. This was years and years ago, and I was like, dude, what the fuck? And he's like, the government can't make me. And I was like, well, yeah. The thing about the seatbelt law is it's actually common sense. The government put legislation in for the belt stream. I'm gonna be belching. I guarantee it. I ate the shitty Great Canadian Pizza for dinner. Ironically enough, I was like, can't drink on an empty stomach. Don't want to drink on an empty stomach. Ate some pizza, and then I was like, wait, isn't getting drunk fast what I was trying to accomplish? Fuck. So that's some good fun. Anyways, I was like, they brought this law in so that like you would be safe, so that they would actually be legislating a good choice for you. And he's like, yeah, but they shouldn't have. And I was like, okay, fine. But if they passed a law that said that you had to breathe at least every minute, would you be like, no? Because it's actually like irrelevant. The point is you should be doing this for your own good. And if the government sees that you're being stupid and a police officer catches you not, like, fine. No one ever actually gets tickets for seatbelt violations. I'm sure they do, but it's not a huge thing. Like, come the fuck on. Wear a seatbelt, save your own fucking life. Ironic postscript. The same fella apparently didn't like the idea that the government told him he couldn't drink and drive a motorcycle. So he got really drunk and drove a motorcycle and crashed it and wound up in the hospital with I think he had a broken back or some shit for like 6 months. And, haha lol, guess you weren't so upset about the government being all big governmenty when they didn't give you $1 million bill for your broken back, you fucking piece of shit. We don't hang out anymore. That doesn't happen. All right, Reno sent me a link. I'm almost scared. This is Ted Cruz on Tucker Carlson. I've drank some, but I don't know if I've Ted Cruz on Tucker Carlson drank some. Kitty, what did you say? I rarely see a seatbelt conviction in my line of work, and I see a lot of MVRs. Yeah, totally. Your work, I think, is a very good. You work in the insurance industry, so tickets would be a thing that you're aware of, and they're just not a thing. They're just not a thing. You're not that drunk either? Well, that's probably because it's mug root beer. I don't think this is going to make you more conservative. I don't think it is. I don't think the alcohol is going to make me more conservative. If anything, I think it'll be like, you're a fucking dirty hippie. You dirty, dirty hippie. Have a shower. I think that's what the 8 values test will tell me when I finally get drunk. But in the meantime, oh crap, bong time. Yes, I understand completely. not wanting to encounter the joy that is Ted Cruz.
So
I kind of feel like, let me switch over so that you guys can see my browser. I'm gonna just see if I have an idea for after this. So let's go new tab, YouTube, Ted Cruz, internet comment etiquette. There, I think there is a best of internet comment etiquette, Ted Cruz. So we will watch that after we watch Ted Cruz on Tucker Carlson. Does that seem like a fair exchange? I feel like it is. Here we go.
we played this tape for you last night. We were surprised by it. We prefaced it by saying every conservative appreciates Ted Cruz because he's one of the smartest and most articulate people in the Congress.
Ew! How do you call yourself news and you say that Ted Cruz is smart or articulate?
And he's conservative. But he referred publicly to what happened on January 6th as, quote, a violent terror attack. Here it is.
We are approaching a solemn anniversary this week.
God, he looks like fucking Jack Nicholson and Wolf.
And it is an anniversary of a violent terrorist attack on the Capitol, where we saw the men and women of law enforcement demonstrate incredible courage, incredible bravery, risk their lives to defend the men and women who serve in this Capitol.
Senator Cruz was game enough to...
Tucker's got his angry boy face on. Mad Tucker.
come on tonight. We appreciate that. He joins us now. Senator, thanks so much.
Classic
for coming
GOP
on.
image in Discord.
So I guess
wow,
I mean, there are a lot of dumb
here.
people in the Congress. You're not one of them. I think you're smarter than I am. And you never use words carelessly. And yet you called this a terror attack when by no definition was it a terror attack. That's a lie. You told that lie on purpose, and I'm wondering why you did.
I love how the news works. You were a liar and a shitty, filthy person, and I wonder why you lied.
Well, Tucker, thank you for having me on. When you aired your episode last night, I sent you a text shortly thereafter and said, listen, I'd like to go on because the way I phrased things yesterday, it was sloppy and it was frankly dumb. And
I don't buy that. Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't buy that. Look, I've known you a long time, since before you went
Neither do I, Tuck. Like, holy shit, we have this in common.
To the Senate. You're a Supreme Court contender. You take words as seriously as any man who's ever served in the Senate. And every word, you repeated that phrase. I do not believe that you used that accidentally. I just don't.
So, Tucker, as a result of my sloppy phrasing, it's caused a lot of people to misunderstand what I meant. Let me tell you what I meant to say. What I was referring to are the limited number of people who engaged in violent attacks against police officers. Now, I think you and I both agree that if you assault a police officer, you should go to jail. That's who I was talking about. And the reason the phrasing was sloppy is I
don't know if Tucker agrees with you, Ted. That is not an agreeing face. Tucker is putting on his very best, no.
Talked dozens, if not hundreds of times. I've drawn a distinction. I wasn't saying that the thousands of peaceful protesters supporting Donald Trump are somehow terrorists. I wasn't saying the millions of patriots across the country supporting President Trump are terrorists, and that's what a lot of people have misunderstood that comment.
Wait a second, but hold on. What you just said doesn't make sense. So if somebody assaults a cop, he should be charged and go to jail. I couldn't agree more. We have said that for years. But that person's still not a terrorist. How many people?
You get like a couple thousand people, and they're all like murdering police officers and stuff. Like, what is terrorism, Ted?
People have been charged with terrorism on January 6th. Like, why'd you use that word? You're playing into the other side's characterization that, as Joe Kent just explained, allows them to define an entire population as foreign combatants. And you know that. So why'd you do it?
So, Tucker, let me answer you directly. The reason I use that word for a decade, I have referred to people who violently assault police officers as terrorists. I've done so over and over and over again. If you look at all the assaults we've seen across the country, I've called that terrorism over and over again. That being said, Tucker, I agree with you. It was a mistake to say that yesterday, and the reason is what you just said. which is we've now had a year of Democrats in the media twisting words and trying to say that all of us are terrorists, trying to say,
Dear fucking God. Like, wow. Just...
you're a terrorist, I'm a terrorist. And so, look, I don't like people who assault cops. And I stand up and defend cops. And the reason I use that word is that's the word I've always used for people that violently attack cops. But in this context, I get why people were angry, because we've had a year of the corrupt corporate media and Democrats claiming anyone who objected to the election fraud. And by the way, remember what was happening during those protests?
Can I just ask, hold on, you work in the... I guess I just don't believe you. And I mean that with respect.
Tucker's gonna pee.
Because I have such respect for your acuity and your precision, and I've seen it on display. I've covered you as a reporter. I know how you speak.
I'm sorry, Kitty. I know this is a bridge too far, but if anything, I can assure you that the best of internet comment etiquette, Ted Cruz, will make up for this.
And you have sat there for a year and watched people use language to distort the events of that day. Intentionally. Insurrection. Coup.
Of course it
terrorism.
Was an insurrection. Saying it's an insurrection is a political term. It's a lie. I've repeatedly denounced it. And when it comes to, look, I was focusing on what I normally say. What you aired was a little 15-second snippet. What I normally say is violence is wrong, peaceful protest is right. If you engage in violence, you should be prosecuted. If you're speaking, you have a right to speak. I say that all the time.
Well,
I
Amen, and I agree.
In that snippet.
So who's Ray Epps, by the way, since you are a senator? Like, he and this other guy are clearly encouraging the crowd to commit crimes. Neither one has been arrested or charged. What is that, do you think?
So I think that is a very good question. I don't know who Ray Epps is. I've seen that video multiple times. It's disturbing. He's clearly urging the crowd to violate the law. When you see the crowd start chanting, Fed, 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 for him to appear on the FBI's most wanted list and come off, it certainly suggests he was working for the FBI. That's not conclusive, but that's the obvious implication. And the Attorney General and the Department of Justice won't answer the question. Tucker, I can tell you, I joined with a number of other senators trying to get the Biden DOJ to answer the question.
Okay, this guy here, who they're talking about, my understanding is they're trying to find enough evidence to actually make a viable case against this person. Again, I'm not part of the equation. However, I would like to point out that if you see him, this is a guy who looks like he should have his own TLC show where his large family and him, like, you know, live a Christian fundamentalist life. That's who this man is.
Why so many January 6 prisoners are in solitary confinement, why they're being treated so much worse than the Antifa rioters and the people who committed firebombing and a year of riots across the country. And this Biden DOJ won't go after them. But let me also make a quick point, Tucker. Remember, while thousands of people were standing up to defend this country on January 6th, at that exact moment, I was standing on the Senate floor objecting to the election results, demanding that we impanel an election commission to consider evidence of voter fraud. And I brought together 11 senators to join me in supporting getting to the bottom of that. So, of course, it would be ridiculous for me to be saying that the people standing up and protesting to follow the law were somehow terrorists. I was talking about people who commit violence against cops. And you and I both agree, if you commit violence against cops, you should go to jail.
Yeah, but you're not a terrorist. You know, you're not. You're a guy who assaulted a cop. Okay, so there's a legal difference, as you well know better than I do, since you were actually in the running for the Supreme Court. And there's a moral difference between a guy.
Tucker, the reason I use that word is for a decade I've used that word for people that violently assault cops. I use that word all in 2020 for the Antifa and BLM terrorists that assaulted cops and firebombed police cars. But I agree, it was a mistake to use the word yesterday because...
I almost enjoy watching Ted Cruz suck Carlson's dick here. I don't know what it is, but there's just something like that's just that pure And look at the look on like all these years and all the opportunities for an acting class. And Tucker's still pulling some. What the fuck?
The Democrats and the corporate media have so politicized it, they're trying to paint everyone as a terrorist.
I love how, like, people often complain that you take a screenshot of Tucker Carlson and they're like, well, yeah, like, everyone looks stupid in the screenshot. But, like, watch.
And it's a lie.
Exactly.
And by the way, I've spoken out
holds that
vocally
fucking
against your
pose.
exchange you just had. They want to paint us as Nazis. Yes,
know, it's scary.
That is what they're trying to do. And look, I'm the one
It's called
leading
the
the fight in the
Giuliani
Senate
technique.
against this garbage. And it's what I have been doing, and it's what I'll continue doing.
Well, I appreciate your coming on tonight. Thank you very much, Senator Ted Cruz
Absolutely.
of Texas.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here
Senator
to
Ted Cruz,
subscribe to
enemy of America. All right, I promised, and we will do this. Best of internet comment etiquette, Ted Cruz. This should be fun. It's 10 minutes long. Holy shit. Say one thing on TV and another one here, Cannibal.
Don't
Freeway.
forget to follow
Yes.
me on Twitter, where I'm always sending some stuff to Ted Cruz. You've got a big gay Dan Quayle just waiting to pop out of you. Stop fighting it, girl. And you're a bitch. Fuck you. Follow me on Twitter, where every week I'm going to be hitting Ted Cruz up in something I like to call Ted Cruz Tuesdays. Here's one to start. At Ted Cruz, only difference between you and a paper bag of jizz is the bag can be recycled, so therefore has a shot at helping the environment. Twirt. Good night and shame on you. The bad news is Ted Cruz still has not responded to a single one of my tweets. Let's see if this one breaks the dam. How come you don't answer my tweets, little hot dick hoochie mama? Hashtag Viva Mexico. And that's for you. I'm going to leave you off with the comment quiz of the week for the very last time on this channel.
You know he liked porn on 9/11. He's a real patriot. To be fair, he was probably inconsolable. And the only thing that he could think of that would make him feel better.
When is the answer always D? A, during one of my quizzes. B, when asking what letter Ted Cruz's first name ends with. C, when asking what Ted Cruz sucks a bunch of when his wife is asleep. Or D. Tune in to me on
What is the
Twitter,
opposite of an erection?
where I am
I don't
quickly
know.
building a harassment case against myself from Ted Cruz. And on that note, for the very first time on my new channel, I'm going to leave you off with the comment quiz of the week. How many dicks do you think Ted Cruz sucked while you were watching this video? A, none. He probably doesn't do
Admittedly,
that.
this is a little...
B, 5. C, that's not any of my business. Or D,
I don't know if
how
homophobic
many
is the
dicks you
word,
got.
but-
Direct quote from Ted Cruz. Haha, JK, but really though, I bet he sucked a couple. Stay tuned for weekly content. Please like and subscribe. LMAO, nays. Again, other than all the coming on things, these guys actually have a very friendly community, so if there's any comments that you really want to make here, I would advise that you go ahead and send them to Ted Cruz's official Twitter account.
Kitty, what is the opposite? Oh, talking about Giuliani stroking. Yes. Ugh.
Where it's needed the most. I'll show you an example. Come on. Hey, my man. Do they sell figurines of you anywhere? I know of about 3,000 people who would want one. And tweet. Also, I'd like to point out that while you guys are pissing and moaning about Trevor Noah's Twitter account, you totally let this one by Ted Cruz slip by. I mean, come on, guys. Oh, wait, never mind. I'm gonna go to Twitter and just vent a little bit. At Ted Cruz, if you were my husband, I'd have a word or two with you about staying out of women's business. Hashtag not your struggle. And tweet. Oh, look, Ted Cruz tweeted me back and...
Okay.
Veronica girl, I'm gonna stab you so full of holes that you look like the official story of what happened at Benghazi.
Okay, I'm starting to feel like maybe this was a poor choice. I don't remember these being quite as intensely homophobic as this, but here we all are. All right, let's do a different thing. Any suggestions from the peanut gallery, the gallery of peanuts? Besides Kitty wanting to talk about Giuliani stroking. He strokes it to the east. He strokes it to the west. He strokes it to the woman that he loves best. Didn't like Trump in the run up to the election? Oh, pizza. going poorly. Didn't Trump just totally like, may as well be an ice shower? Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely, it's like the recipe. If you look up on allrecipes.com for no sex appeal, talking about Giuliani stroking would definitely do it. Toad dick. That's a great term. Let's see what's in my subscriptions. Maybe there's something cool that recently came up that we can go through. What the fuck is BreadTube? No, that doesn't sound interesting. Hassan wants to fight cops. This was really good. I suggest everyone watch James from the Internet. This is talking about how, despite what they said, and they were like, everything about the economy is going back to normal. And then, like, no, it's not. Let's watch this. The Gravel Institute have a new video out. And this one is, it's pretty decent. It's about the greatest speech, as they say. And I really enjoyed this. I had it on while I was eating my horrifyingly awful pizza. Does that sound all right? We're going to do that. Really like the Gravel Institute.
Do you believe in the promise proclaimed in the Declaration of Independence?
You gotta drink harder.
Do you believe that all of us are created equal and that we have a natural right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? And do you also believe that we should guarantee those rights to all Americans? Of course you do. So let's think about what that means. On January 11, 1944, President Franklin D. Roosevelt, FDR, delivered his 11th State of the Union message to Congress. The United States was in the middle of its biggest and most consequential war, pitted against Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan. But Roosevelt didn't just talk about winning the war. He also spoke of what Americans needed to do to win the peace to come. In a speech to Congress that day, he called for a new Bill of Rights, an economic Bill of Rights. In the 1930s, Roosevelt and the American people had fought the Great Depression, the worst economic and social catastrophe in U.S. history. Rallying to the president's New Deal, they not only had revived the economy, they had also subjected business and finance to public supervision and regulation, empowered.
Again, revived the economy through implementing smart social programs designed to help the people who were at the lowest tier and raise them up. So, I mean, that's a thing.
The federal government to address the needs of working people, mobilized and organized labor unions and civil rights groups, established a social security system, expanded and upgraded the nation's public infrastructure, improved the environment, and cultivated and promoted the arts. In 1941, however, Americans confronted a new crisis, the Second World War. But here, too, they went all out. In fact, they not only did all they could to fight fascism overseas, but also fought for democracy at home by dramatically expanding the labor and civil rights movements. And by early 1944, there was good cause to believe both that victory might soon be at hand and that further progressive action was possible. At the outset of the State of the Union speech, Roosevelt urged Americans to sustain the war effort, but he also now looked ahead, confident that Americans who had achieved so much wanted to not only revive the New Deal, but in every way expand upon it. Opinion polls conducted in 1943 indicated, for example, that 83% of Americans wanted a guarantee of health care for all. 73% supported launching new public works programs, and 79% wanted a federal jobs guarantee. Though he was too sick to appear in person before Congress to deliver the speech, Roosevelt went on radio and delivered a spirited address. And after reviewing the continuing war effort, he turned to the question of the post-war peace effort in the United States. This republic, he said, had its beginning and grew to its present strength under the protection of certain inalienable rights. They were our rights to life and liberty. As our nation has grown in size and stature, however, as our industrial economy expanded, these political rights proved inadequate to assure us equality in the pursuit of happiness. The words that followed are among the most radical in presidential history. We have come, FDR contended, to a clear realization of the fact that true individual freedom cannot exist without economic security and independence. Necessitous men are not free men. What he then proposed would be seen as far left today, though as he reminded his fellow Americans, it was not a repudiation of the promises enshrined in the Declaration and the Bill of Rights, but a continuation and realization of them. Indeed, only with economic rights could political rights be made real. As Roosevelt said,
True story. That pizza's not sitting well.
In our day, certain economic truths have become accepted as self-evident. A second Bill of Rights, under which a new basis of security and
We'll
prosperity
watch that in a second, Kitty.
can be established for all, regardless of station or race or creed.
the rights Roosevelt was proposing, a right to a home, to health care, to earn enough money to live comfortably, a guaranteed job, would be called socialism or even communism by today's conservatives. But whatever they might be labeled, they were rooted, as FDR made clear, in America's promise of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Empowered by the aspirations of those who had fought the Depression and were now fighting fascism, Roosevelt was projecting a path to a better, brighter, happier, and healthier future. All of these rights, he said, spell security. And after this war is won, we must be prepared to move forward in the implementation of these rights to new goals of human happiness and well-being. But FDR knew all too well that there were those who would fiercely oppose them, as they always had. And he warned his fellow citizens against what he called the grave dangers of rightist reaction. What Roosevelt laid out in his State of the Union was something simple, but radical. It was that history wasn't something to be left in the past, but to be constantly renewed and remade. New times demand new freedoms. Just a few years earlier, his Solicitor General, Robert H. Jackson, a future Supreme Court justice, told the members of the National Lawyers Guild, "We too are founders. We too are makers of a nation. We too are called upon to write, to defend, and to make live new bills of right." At a demonstration in New York City, 1.4 million people showed up to hear Senator Robert Wagner enthusiastically defend the call for a second Bill of Rights. Labor and civil rights groups actively campaigned for it. And in the presidential election later that year, Roosevelt won a fourth term as president with a resounding 432 electoral votes. Roosevelt would not live to achieve his dream. At his fourth and final inauguration in 1945, he appeared sick and frail. While he was getting his portrait painted just a few months later in Warm Springs, Georgia, he put his hand over his forehead, slumped over, and died. The second Bill of Rights was never realized. The forces of rightist reaction that FDR had warned of were too powerful. Corporate executives and conservatives soon took to fomenting Cold War fears and purging public life of leftists, not only to block the hope for revival and expansion of the New Deal, but also to crush the very idea and memory of Roosevelt's proposed economic Bill of Rights. That doesn't mean, of course, that his vision has to remain shrouded and forgotten. What FDR promised, though still radical, remains deeply possible if we have the will to recover it and to advance it. We, too, can be founders. We, too, can be makers of a nation. We, too, are called upon to write, to defend, to make live new bills of rights. I'm Harvey Kaye, Professor Emeritus of Democracy and Justice at the University of Wisconsin, Green Bay, for the Gravel Institute.
All right. Jesus, that pizza's repeating like hell. I'm going to put on this, the second link, I think, is the one that you want me to put on, the ABC interview for a body analyst reviewing the Alec Baldwin interview. I'm going to put that on. I'm going to go for a smoke. I'm going to try my best not to puke pizza all over the place, because I feel like vomiting at this point would be exactly the opposite of what I'm trying to do. But things are bad inside my stomach. So I'm going to put this on. and I will be watching on my phone because I'm actually kind of
Hey there,
curious.
idiots. Welcome back to Observe.
This is an
in
hour and a half
today's
long.
video, we're going to be analyzing the nonverbal communication of Alec Baldwin in regards to the Rust tragedy that
I'll play this
happened
for a
in
while.
2021. More on that in just a second, but on a more lighthearted note, happy 2022.
Vomit, I'll feel better. I know, and there's part of me that's like, you know this,
I
you
hope
know
you're having
this.
a great
You know how this
year
works.
these few days so far in, and it's exciting to be able to see you with this first video. In light of it being a new year, a couple things to announce pretty shortly here is that I want to let you know that I'm going to be more active over on my other channel. For those of you who don't know, I have another channel. I have more facets to me than just the nonverbal communication. I do a lot of videography, cinematography, short films, and just pretty much anything else that I have as far as hobbies or desires that I want to do go over there. Along with that, Megan, my wife, she also has been pushing hard on her channel, and you'll be seeing a lot more quality content coming out on there as well, so if you want to check that one out. Those are the kind of checkout things that will be going on here during 2022. Very excited for it. I think that's enough talking about all the various things, though. Let's go ahead and roll the intro, and then we'll dive right into a timeline of Alec. In 1993, Alec Baldwin married a co-star from his prior movie named Kim Basinger. Then in 1995, Baldwin was alleged to have beat a photographer after he followed Baldwin and Basinger and their infant daughter. Not only were there said to be blows, but according to reports, Baldwin went so far as to spray the photographer with shaving cream. In 2002, Baldwin and Basinger split in divorce. It was stated that Baldwin was ordered to go to anger management classes and take a parenting course in order to get phone call privileges with his daughter. More on that in a moment. In 2003, Baldwin filed court papers against Basinger for allegedly violating court orders about his visits with his daughter. However, according to New York Magazine, he eventually dropped the charges. Later in 2007, Baldwin made international news when an audio sample of a voicemail rant to his 11-year-old daughter, Ireland, was leaked. In the message, he exploded in frustration after she missed a scheduled phone call with him, which was part of their visitation. He called her a rude, thoughtless little pig amidst other equally distasteful statements. During this time, Baldwin was in the middle of a 3-year custody battle with his ex-wife Basinger for Ireland. Later on, in 2011, he had an unpleasant interaction with an American Airlines associate when he was kicked off a flight for poor behavior. Allegedly, a flight attendant had asked Baldwin to turn off his phone, and he rudely refused, took his phone into the laboratory, slammed the door, and locked himself in there. Later, he claimed that he was playing Words with Friends, and that he was singled out because of who he was, and that flying had become like a Greyhound bus experience for him. He had also attempted to shift the blame of his actions to the attendant's tone for getting the best of him. In 2012, a photographer filed criminal charges against Baldwin for punching him and shoving him after he had taken pictures of Baldwin and his fiancée outside the courthouse. Later, in 2013, Baldwin's newly debuted talk show was canceled after only 5 episodes. Reports say that the decision had to do something with yet another of Baldwin's tirades at a photographer. However, this time he hurled homophobic slurs, and the entire scene was caught on tape by TMZ. He also released a slew of homophobic tweets to a reporter who had falsely reported that Baldwin's wife had been on social media during a funeral. Still in 2013, he attacked a photographer who had been following them, and within the same year, he was accused by TMZ of assaulting and using racial slurs against another photographer. Baldwin denied the claims and took the position of the thought of him saying something so ignorant and terrible to be one of the most outrageous things he had heard in his life. In 2014, Baldwin was arrested and charged with disorderly conduct after he got belligerent with 2 police officers who had stopped him for riding his bicycle illegally the wrong direction down a street. He was cuffed and taken later to the station. In 2016, he sued an art gallery owner for selling him a counterfeit painting. The owner responded by clarifying that the painting was quite real and that Baldwin had oddly waited around 6 years before bringing up any complaints about the piece, and that he had dodged roughly $16,000 in sales tax during the transaction when he had purchased it. All fascinating things. Later on in 2017, we saw Baldwin in a public argument regarding him knowingly filming an adult scene with a 16-year-old girl when he himself would have been around 48 at the time. He denied having any idea of her age before the shoot. Later on in 2020, Baldwin was announced to be starring as the lead role in a film he was also producer of called Rust. It was to be a Western piece set in the 1800s and was intended to be a drama and action-filled film. When asked by The Hollywood Reporter how confident he was in his skills of horseback riding and familiarity with firearms, he responded, quote, "They're always ready. I'm an actor of the old school, so if you read my resume, my motorcycle riding, my French juggling, my horseback riding, my gunplay is all right at my fingertips at all times." Later on in 2021, this brings us to the incident itself. On Thursday, October 21st of 2021, Alec Baldwin fired a prop gun that injured the director and killed their DP, Helena Hutchins. Hutchins was a talented cinematographer who had originally come from the Ukraine. She had been updating her social media followers during the days leading up to her tragic death. Baldwin is facing heat surrounding the circumstances that led up to this loss, and accusations of cutting budgetary corners, ignoring safety protocols, understaffing, overworking, and underproviding for the crew members have become public. In response to the outrage, Baldwin released an interview addressing the matters. That is what we will be looking at today, will be that interview. We'll pour through every bit of it that we can and talk about it at the very end with some of the details where we can hopefully find some direction on this. I think that's enough talking. I think that's enough backstory. It is time to begin into the actual read.
Phones are off. Let me get slate.
Marker? Good.
Great.
More, Tony?
I do want to note real quick, just for those of you watching and interested in the video editing portion of this, I have flipped it, cropped it in some, and added some other things, as you can see, to hopefully circumvent some of the copyright issues that I continually run into on this channel. So hopefully you're seeing this. If you're not, I'm talking to no one right now. And if you are, that means that this was hopefully at least somewhat reliable. But I just wanted to make note of that. Let's go ahead and continue forward.
Alec, thank you for doing this. You haven't said much in public since that tragic accident. Why speak out now?
Well, I think that there's a criminal investigation. That could be a while.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and start with something that I'll just note about the dynamic between these two, which is actually maybe, I don't know, it might be more reassuring for us to be able to see. So the interviewer says a greeting to Alec, and Alec does not respond on any level. And just take that as you will as to their dynamic. Perhaps Alec is just super somber here. It could be. He could also just be showing that he doesn't have a lot of respect or appreciation enough to respond to said interviewer. Even though they are rolling and this is going to be publicized, he still doesn't see fit to respond to the interviewer. It is a small little thing here, and it could be nothing at this point. I don't think it is because of some other things that play out later on in the interview, but I did want to make note of it this early on. Let's continue watching.
There's all kinds of civil litigation, and I felt there were a number of misconceptions.
I am back.
Most of it from sources I really wouldn't concern myself about, but a couple that I did concern myself about, where there were these authoritative statements about this is what happened. The sheriff's department hasn't even released a report to the DA yet.
Just a second here. I'll comment on some of the content here in a second. Also, on the side of ABC, this is heavily edited. Even while trying to gather this footage myself, I could see multiple and hear multiple times of where they have cut and spliced this interview kind of together. So that does raise some questions to me as far as how accurate I'm going to be. Like, what am I seeing here? Is it really his genuine reactions, or has ABC just kind of...
Kitty, just so I know, how much of this do you want us to go through? Because it's an hour and a half. I'm more than happy to keep playing. I just figured I wanted to get your take on it.
Fudged around with everything to make it more clickable. I'm not sure, it's difficult to say, but it is something that I want to be able to keep in mind, because...
For the record, that is a fucking awesome, handsome man right there, with great facial hair. That's just facts.
Later on, if we see something that might not align, but should...
How drunk am I? I'm getting there.
The editing.
I'm not there yet.
Just wanted to make note of that. Also, now speaking as far as
pizza's
Alec
really
and his
a problem.
nonverbal communication, we hear where his tone is lying. It's fairly low, fairly somber. We could also hear the flow of his words. He might be a little nervous early on here because it's the beginning of an interview and everybody is, but so far it sounds as though he's very evenly paced and his tone sounds rather steady. So this might be an early sign.
If you aren't drunk yet, we have time, lol. The other video is shorter, but a different interview. Maybe you need to redesign the experience. Well, yeah, I need to not eat that shitty pizza beforehand, but, you know, I'm committed. We're doing this. I feel flushed, so there are moments of lightheadedness. I feel fleshy. I went when I was outside having a smoke. I did make some room. Hopefully got rid of some of the horrible, horrible pizza. I'm experiment. Yikes! You're sick. I am sick. Do I look sick? I'm just gonna look at the in case I'm like green or something. Where's my view where I can see? Oh no! I look. I mean, a little peaked maybe, but none the worse for the wear. We'll keep going. I ain't done yet. I've put my body through far worse than this. Is this UCP telehealth? This is actually this is the best you can expect from healthcare under the United Conservatives.
Of a baseline for him, something that we need to pay attention to. Also noting non-verbally, he is leaning forward. He doesn't have open or closed body language, which is flexible in and of its interpretation, but he at least doesn't seem to be doing any overt closing or distancing gestures, which is good to see. Let's continue forward.
The reason I wanted to sit down with you is because I really feel...
Pouring that drink makes me realize that I'm a little more drunk than I've given myself credit. I don't think I'm all the way drunk yet, but it was sloppy.
Like, I can't wait for that process to end in February, March. I mean, I'm not...
What is with Alec Baldwin's eyes? Like... You know, I get that, you know, he was directly responsible for somebody dying and stuff, but, like, that's not a good look. And this isn't just the pause.
Asking them to speed it up for my benefit, that's ridiculous. But I am saying that they're going to do what they need to do, and I wanted to come to talk to you to say that I would go to any lengths to undo what happened. I would go to any lengths to undo what happened.
I think the big question...
Okay, so that's interesting. Just with his response with it, especially that repetition at the end, that would go to any lengths to undo what happened. I would go to any lengths to undo what happened. It's interesting, that repetition. And all that it's serving for right now is as a red flag. Maybe why is he repeating that here? He really wants to hammer it home. Is there something that would push us to believe that he didn't want to go to any lengths to make or to allow that to happen? Like, is there something that is causing him to really try to convince us here? Yes, there is, and we know that. But that's popping up here. He's really trying to hammer it home. So I'm keeping an eye on that. And, you know, I'll reserve a lot of my opinions in regards to this entire scenario at the very, very end, which I do have some because I have been in cinematography circles and also as this as well. And yeah, there's some stuff, but we'll get to it. Let's continue watching this for now.
And the one you must have asked yourself 1,000 times, how could this have happened?
Well, there's two things I want to say about that. One is that when I talk about this,
So when he starts off, he has a much higher pitch and it has a much less force behind it. It has a, well, it's almost a croak again. This is an indicator of stress and agitation. Obviously, how could this happen? And so this is a stressful and intense question. And that is the kind of question we would like to be able to hear. And he's showing agitation centered around this. And that loss of pressure behind, that loss of force behind there could be an indicator of a lack of sincerity or a lack of confidence. This is a nerve-wracking question, and he might not feel totally confident on it. Not enough to say quite yet, but it is still another thing that we've made note of as we continue forward.
My concern is that I don't sound like I'm the victim. Because there is a victim. There's a woman who died, and my friend got shot. He's my friend. And she was a new friend. I met her and we worked together on some of the mapping out of what we're going to do on the film, which, you know, in the movie terms, if you go make a movie with Scorsese, you and the DP don't sit down and they solicit your ideas of how to...
Okay, so some notes that I'll make here about his verbal manipulation is more or less what he's doing. He's taking this incident and he's trying to paint himself as a white knight, which he's saying, I'm not a victim, this isn't about me, which this entire interview is characterized by Alec's apparent view of himself of being a victim. And you'll see...
I actually totally agree with what he's saying here. Alec Baldwin just did like the, you know, this isn't about me. This is about my incredibly important friendship that I lost. And my incredibly important other friendship that was new, but was incredibly important to me. I mean, you don't stand near someone for several, you know, hours a day and not absolutely deeply bond with them on a spiritual, nay, universal level. So this isn't about me. This is about my painful loss.
See that as it plays out, and I'll show you kind of more how that actually is playing out with what he's saying in regards to what he's done in the past and what it actually played out as in the context of what he's speaking. But it's very, very much, he says he doesn't want to be a victim and then says that, you know, he is a victim the entire time. Along with that, he has a difficult time relating any form of genuine relationship to Hutchins. He didn't have a solid relationship with her, and everything that he's talking about here is just centered around the work side of things. They weren't friends on any levels, they were simply co-workers who he may have appreciated her work ethic, but they were not friends, from what you could see from their actual life patterns and what he's saying here. Just wanted to make note of those things, fascinating things that really do kind of have some way in this, and we'll see how later on.
Make the film, you know what I mean? In the case of Helena, we sat down, collaborated.
And the pain that must be flying through the universe. He is Alec Baldwin, after all. I actually don't understand the cult of Alec Baldwin that sort of erupted. I think it kind of happened around the time that he started doing the Trump impression, which was a good impression. But, like, even before that, like, Team America World Police, he was the head of the, the Screen Actors Guild, but not, you know... He's, for quite a long time, he's been sort of like viewed as this really good guy, but really there's nothing about him that's a good guy. I liked him in 30 Rock, that's it, that's all. Yeah, and that's the thing is, like, you know, you can have a really great role and bring a lot to that role and still be an entire piece of shit. You know, Alec Baldwin is a good example of that. I would add Kevin Spacey to that. I feel personally betrayed by Kevin Spacey. Not that I have any reason to, but I do. It's just a thing.
Collaboratively and talked a lot about what we wanted to do in that a precious amount of time we had. But I want to make sure that I don't come across like I'm the victim.
Hey, this video is protected under fair use via
and the second thing
transformative and educational
all of what
formatting.
Happened on that day leading up to
nothing that I'm doing here is educational, but also I'm not getting paid for this, so I'm just sharing this with my friends. And isn't sharing basically the same thing as caring? And doesn't Alec Baldwin care?
To this event.
I'm going to pause it here because he's about to do another really gross thing, but he's still harping back around to that. There's two victims, and he's talking about the other people, and now he's already going to start blame shifting from himself to everyone else. We'll see this play out, and this is Alec's MO. It's never his fault. It's always somebody else's fault around him, which we've seen, as I hope you caught on in the past, is what he does in times of confrontation that he also may or may not instigate. So those are character traits that we need to note about Alec, and we'll see them pop up here as well. So let's watch.
Was precipitated on one idea, and that is that Helena and I had something profound in common. And that is, we both assumed the gun was empty, other than those, dummy rounds.
I want to get into more detail.
So,
I mean, other than the dummy rounds that are still like completely legitimate, we just assumed that the gun was empty, except for the part where it was not empty. We have that in common. That was a bind between the two of us that I will take to my grave, because there's a lot of people in this world who will walk around all day thinking like, I bet there's bullets in a gun somewhere. But we didn't think that.
Here he's trying to compare himself to the person who has been killed. He is the same.
Profound
as
is a wee bit hyperbolic.
In that they just assumed that the gun was empty.
Yeah, that whole thing with his, Ireland, they mentioned it. I honestly didn't remember that story until when I was outside having my smoke / making room for more liquor. I didn't remember that, and then I remembered because I honestly didn't catch it. Like I don't fucking live in the entertainment sphere, but I did watch the roast of Alec Baldwin, and Ireland was there, and there was some stuff that was sent her way, and I was like, well, that's dick moves, and then that's how I found out about this whole like calling her a pig thing. Like, what a dick! Like, I call my kids names, but I mean it.
Now, there's more to this, obviously, and we'll unpack that.
Ireland
as well.
was hilarious,
and
yes.
Yes, technically that might be a true assumption, is that she thought it was empty, and maybe he thought it was empty. That's still a question. We'll get there. Maybe he thought it was empty, and so they're the same that way. But his reason for doing that is to draw that connection between himself and the victim herself, the one who passed. That, you know what, it wasn't necessarily all his.
Okay, I just want to point out, it's all well and good for Alec Baldwin to phrase himself as the victim here. That's how much pop this was open for this stream. That's how much pop I've drank. I don't drink that much pop. Who's the real victim, Alec?
His fault. It was also maybe kind of her fault too, because she also thought it was empty. So also her. It's just, I don't know. It's very early on into this interview, and he's already doing some really kind of sleazy things. But have hope. There's more coming.
The day in a minute, but let's take a step back. What was it that drew you to this project in the first place, to Rust?
I'd worked on a project with Joel before.
Joel Susan.
I really, Joel pitched me the idea, and he was like, we're eventually going to kill somebody. And I was like, oh, I haven't done that yet.
Do that, right. He did this movie, Crown Vic, that I produced. And Joel and I stayed in touch. We're friends, and I loved Rust. He said, I want to send you this. And I read it, and I said, I love it. Very excited. Very, very, so excited that we finally got this made.
So this entire portion of it is characterized by him shaking his head no, just, and I love it, blah, blah, blah. And it's just consistently no. Now, the no's are pretty macro. They're large enough that it could be conscious movements. And that could be related to the unbelievableness nature of it a lot.
That's one of the things I've never understood with this whole, like, I haven't seen these videos before from this person, but watching various shows, like, I've seen people, all the time do this. Like, I really have, just because I shook my head no, doesn't mean that I'm lying. And that's, I feel like there's a lot more to that whole behavioral thing than a lot of times we get credit. But, okay. Alec Baldwin is a piece of shit, so he's probably lying.
A lot of people will do that when they're talking about something that seems
He's
incredible.
one of your faves. I'm really enjoying this, honestly.
It's unbelievable the no lines up. Now, this is obviously culturally and within the culture that Alec is from that does synchronize. Now, that doesn't mean that he was not or good friends or what have you
Live
with
Q&As
the
over
people
Christmas?
before. I will
Aw.
find it interesting that he's just good friends with everybody that he's mentioning here, despite some other patterns in his past, which, like I said, will play into this a little bit later. So he's good friends with everybody, and we'll see how this all plays out.
Because every independent film has many false starts, you know what I mean? And when it finally goes, and you feel like a plane, and when you finally get some lift under your wings, it's very, very gratifying. I am a purely creative producer. My authorities as a producer are casting and script, which are actually married to the role of being a lead actor in a film.
So you're not the kind of producer who's looking at the line item of each budget?
No. There are basically two types of producers who are really in charge of production. People that raise the money and the people who spend the money. My consultations or approvals were completely about casting and about the script.
So this is letting us know just a little bit of the...
For the record, he just said there's two types of people. There's two types of people. There's those that raise the money and those that spend the money. But I'm not one of either of those. I'm a Sigma producer.
Role that Alec is saying that he played in this. So you'll see here that in this story, Alec is either one, a very inept gun handler, firearm user, and it caused the worst accident that can happen to happen because of his ineptitude, or alternatively, he did something very cruel. And so that's kind of what we're going on.
Yes, I do both of those by working and paying for food and rent.
That
100%.
This is laying some of that foundation for us to understand that at very, very best, Alec wasn't involved in hiring or deciding on any of the movements of the film. He just wanted to kind of work with the cast, which he says is what some producers are and some producers aren't. Fair, but it is something that we want to know about how he handles it specifically. This detached air. Let's continue.
So, a lot of people want to know, like, Alec, what is it you bring to the table as an executive producer? And I say, I bring Alec Baldwin. And they're like, are you going to raise money? And I'm like, Alec Baldwin. Are you gonna help us, like, spend the money? Alec Baldwin.
I don't hire anybody in the crew.
Not even the cinematographer, no one?
No, but he will apprise me of what he's doing. And he'll say to me, I got Helena Hutchins to be the DP. I said, how do you feel about that? Are you excited? I'm very excited. She's wonderful.
What did you know about Helena Hutchins before she started
Holy shit,
on
dude.
I knew nothing about her until...
This is such an accidental self-report about the worthlessness of the producer title. He's like, I don't hire people. And they'll come to me, they'll be like, oh, I got this great name. And I'll be like, I don't know who that is. Are you happy with this? Well, yeah, I fucking hired her. Then I'm happy. Can I get a credit for that?
So Joel said to me, I got her. She was fantastic. The people who watch the Daily...
Okay, so something that I'll note about the flow of his words here that will pop up more prevalently later on is that when he starts feeling agitation, he speeds up and he stutters a lot more. And you'll hear it really come to fruition later on in this interview around some very specific points. Now, where it's important is because it comes up in some other points that help us have some clarity to the earlier ones.
He's
in
an
this
adorable
interview.
little leprechaun.
And you'll see how this all ties together and how this process, if you go...
Like, I would put him in my pocket and keep him for a rainy day because he's just adorable.
Through the entire extent of it, which once again, this is...
And yes, the liquor's working.
This is a YouTube video. This isn't an investigation. This is in no way a legal anything. We're watching YouTube. But if you go through the entire extent of this and you start picking everything apart, detail by detail, along with cross-referencing and also having character checklists throughout the background and back history of the person, you could start to really understand what they do non-verbally later on and what it means. So this is kind of what we're going to be able to see, is all of this mass of detail come together so that we can understand Alec in this situation. Let's continue.
They said that her work was beautiful.
Let's go.
She was someone who was loved by everyone who worked with and liked by everyone who worked with and admired.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna fucking... If I didn't puke earlier, I'd be puking right now. This is so fucking disingenuous. So bad, Alec Baldwin, burn in hell.
Okay, so we know that he doesn't know Hutchins too well, even by his own phrasing of things. They were not close friends, and so that makes this instance interesting. It's interesting at its very surface level. Either one, it's very heartwarming because a man is showing just intense emotion about losing somebody that he cared for and worked with. That would be the positive side of this. Either that, or alternatively, and kind of
In his defense, it's not just crying he can't act.
indicated possibly by his nonverbal communication, is that he's forcing out some tears here to be able to really hammer home his part, aka manipulate you. Now, the only reason that I think it might be that is because of how quickly, once again, it sets onto his face. Within about like a half to a quarter of a second, he goes from fine to very tearful, and there's
Okay, so in Alec Baldwin's defense, and I'm going to quote from a movie that he was in, 100% him, one of his co-stars in this great film said as such, Matt Damon!
no onset. Now, I've spoken about this in the past on the channel. Emotions have a profile on
Always
which
be
they
closing.
normally will flow, and this isn't always the case. There are always exceptions, especially in something like psychology or nonverbal communication, where we're dealing with the mind, and that's so difficult to understand still. So there is the possibility that, yes, he just crashed hard into this tearful emotion. But that is not how it statistically flows with an emotional profile, so it is a red flag. Could be fake, just need to keep track of it in context.
The more I drink, the more I pour, like a guy who's peeing who needs to have prostate health checked out. Holy shit. I didn't spill, but it was literally like splurp, 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 splurp.
With everything else. Let's continue forward.
But
Okay, that's
admired
like half
by
and
everybody
half.
who
So this does seem to be fairly genuine. It is synchronized across the bottom and top halves of his.
Okay, I do have more Coke, but this is like half Coke, half rum, and in for a penny, in for a pound.
Face. He is sniffling. From what you can hear, it sounds like it's a genuine sniffle. It's not just a dry, fake one. And it's difficult to see because of the resolution of the video, but it does seem as though his eyes are inflamed. Now, this is all pushing me to believe that it would be a genuine emotion, except for that early onset. So with that early onset, but now with the genuine display, if I did not know who Alec was, my question would be, has he been trained in the
That's actually really
arts
nice.
to be able to display genuinely?
To be fair, this Bumble XO, this is really nice rum. That's not a horrible choice. It's a horrible choice for what will happen after the stream is over, and I need to puke everywhere that is a place. So if you have a place, I will be puking in it.
While not being genuine, and sure enough, he has. So it still is not counteracting his earlier, possibly fake onset. We just have to keep that in mind as we continue forward.
who worked with her. The day that I flew there, they'd been shooting for a week already. I come the following week on
Shooting,
the 11th.
he said.
The night of the 11th, I
Wink.
had dinner with Helena and Joel, and we talked about some of the compositions I was thinking of to.
That was the first time you met?
First time I met Helena, yeah.
What was your first impression?
When I met her, I knew she had that.
My first impression was like, I kind of want to have her killed. So, this is the liquor talking. This 8 values thing is going to go badly. I'm going to come back as like a anti-fucking goodness fashy fuck.
Spark.
No, I'm not.
I knew she had that flint to her, that she was going to get that day's work done and get the shots that she wanted. She was very focused.
She had a vision for the
She
film?
was very focused. We had a
No, thank you. I had 2 floods within the week, upstairs neighbors, and then my apartment. I am sorry to hear about that. That said, I'm going to wind up puking. It's not the liquor. It's the fucking horrible pizza. Like a fist in my stomach. And it's better, but I don't believe that we're out of the water. Yeah. I think this is it. I'm sorry. If I wind up puking in your house, it's nothing personal. I love when I press the space bar, only I'm not on the right window.
Discussion about compositions of shots.
So he does use that. She was very focused, repetition as well. So maybe that is something that's in his verbal patterning, is that he uses that repetition. Could be because he's an actor or on-screen talent, that's something that he just does. There is that possibility. I am keeping mind of it.
Reno says, I mean, I love you, Reno, but I feel like it's not a whole full thought. It hasn't been completely put out there.
But if I remember correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong in the comments below, because this one I forgot to take notes on specifically. If I remember correctly, this film, the entire thing, was set to be shot within 21 days. So a number of the days have already passed of this shoot, and now he's finally meeting Hutchins for the first time, and he's trying to pull out this thing that they were like, you know, pretty good friends, or becoming new friends, or they were even...
Reno, my dad always told me, accidents don't happen. They're caused.
At any level, friends at the point of this incident. I don't know, I'm not sure. I would say that that's a pretty short amount of time, but you can make a friend in that short of amount of time. It just is a question of the depth of that relationship. If that does make sense, just helping us add some context to all of the personal dynamics between this everything.
In which you were shooting these beautiful tableaus of the West. She had that intensity. Every day you went to work, she would say, "Good morning, how are you? How was your evening?" Boom, it was small talk, go. We weren't going to hang out and chit-chat or whatever. She knew that the clock was the enemy, and we have to move forward.
No. She just didn't want to have a fucking conversation with you, Alec Baldwin, because you're a tedious cunt. Sorry, I said the wrong word. That is a word I'm trying to get out of my vocabulary. You're a tedious asshole who has this whole thing about, like, you know, calling your child a pig. And she probably just didn't find you that alarming. Alarming? That charming. That alluring. Interestingly, when you mix alluring and charming, you get alarming. I think we're almost ready for the 8 values test.
On the 12th, I had a safety demonstration with Hannah Reed, the arm.
So notice all of the recollection of her personality, what he felt of her was strictly centered around business. They're not friends, they're co-workers. That's fine. Being on set, you're with your co-workers as well. You don't have to be friends, you can be co-workers. So, but the fact that he's trying to pull in that they were friends and all this is just showing us that it was more manipulation at that point to try to draw this relationship that he really didn't have. They were just co-workers. Let's be quite clear about that. Now we're going to go ahead and get to closer to the incident itself.
We spent an hour and a half shooting the pistol. Her giving me all her safety instructions.
Did you think she was up to the job?
I assumed because she was there and she was hired, she was up for the job.
And nothing.
Okay, I want to pause this here and talk about who they're talking about. I won't mention names because it's not about...
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm just cold. Sorry.
Just...
Hard to get my shoes off.
It's a hard world. Huh? Love you.
Slandering anybody. So this young woman who was hired, it was a very new experience for her. She had only done one shoot before as a lead armorer, the person in charge of the weaponry for the film. So it was her second one, and that is fine, but it is stressful. Along with that, since this was a small budget film, she was overly stretched with her work responsibilities, which makes it more difficult as well. So these are two decisions that have been made by Alec's hiring team, and we know that he's distanced himself from any of the detail work. He just has the creative vision and spends the money. So he doesn't really know any of this stuff, but he's really kind of just told his team to cut the corners that they can to save as much money as they can for an indie film. And so
I think I'm ready. Kitty, I'm going to stop it there because I think I'm ready to take the 8 flags test. Because I feel like I'm very, very, very drunk. Not like very, very drunk, like could crash a car into Alec Baldwin, but like drunk. All right. We're gonna do this. Okay. That's the button I need to push. All right, 8 values. Here we go. We did this earlier before the presence of alcohol. And I was a libertarian socialist. I'm going to probably talk my way through these a lot more than I did last time. Yes. Okay. Oppression by corporations is more of a concern than oppression by governments. No, it's not. Because oppression fucking sucks. No matter who is doing the oppressing. It could be my uncle. It could be the government. It could be my job. It doesn't matter. Oppression is fucking wrong. So oppression by corporations is exactly the same concern as oppression by governments. Because they both have fuck off power. So, what do I want to answer? I'm going to say I strongly disagree. It's necessary for the government to intervene in the economy and protect its consumer. Fucking yeah, it is. Because here's the thing. When the government doesn't intervene in the economy, it's not just protect consumers. What about workers? What about fucking workers? When the government doesn't intervene, then corporations fuck us all over, whether we're consumers or workers or whatever. So yeah, it's necessary. The freer market, the freer the people. No, because free markets mean like the 1920s was free markets and they just ruined all the people. So I'm going to strongly disagree with that. It's better to maintain a balanced budget. Oh shit, there's chat things happening. Tucker Carlson plus rum equals conservative. Find out next. Shut up. It's better to maintain a balanced budget than to ensure welfare of all citizens. That is fucking sick. Whoever typed that out, I hope they made this face the whole time they were typing, because that's... No. Strongly disagree. Publicly funded research is more beneficial to the people than leaving it to the market. Yes, because publicly funded research, like, market is always going to give you biased research, right? I don't know, cigarette companies, if maybe your research is a little bit sussy-wussy. Yeah, strongly fucking agree. Tariffs on international trade are important to encourage local production. This is one I struggled with earlier, and here's the thing. Chad helped me on this, because we're getting close. You know what happens after the Roaring 20s, right? Yeah, it was the super sexy hot 30s, I believe. So my problem with this question, I'm not an economics guy, and I feel like international trade in itself is stupid. Because, like, do we need bananas, or can we just, like, eat foods that are from this neighborhood, and like, you know, or within our region, and like avoid all this ridiculous? That didn't make sense. Shut up. Tariffs and international trade are important to encourage local production. I kind of agree with. I'm gonna go with agree. I don't know that I feel solidly about this stuff. I'm gonna go with agree. From each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. Fucking Marx strongly agree. It would be best if social programs were abolished in favor of private charity. Oh, I think that's a strongly disagree. You know why? Private charities are bullshit. Here's the thing. A publicly funded charity or social program doesn't have the right to be like, oh, you like gay sex? Well, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to support you. But a private charity? Fuck yeah, they can. So strongly disagree. Taxes should be increased on the rich to provide for the poor. Can I get more than a strongly agree? I so strongly agree with that. Oh, cigarettes are great for pregnant women, aren't they? You know what? That's sad. I know what you're saying. But I turned out okay. And my dad was a smoker. And my mom had to sit around him while she was pregnant. He'd just puffing away. And I guarantee you that he didn't go outside because he was a fucking 1950s man and be like, shut up, woman. And like, terrible as that is, I feel very strongly that tonight proves that I am a beacon of being capable of making good life choices and not, doing stupid shit. I forget what the question was. Inheritance is a legitimate form of wealth? No. Bad. Inheritance is not a legitimate form of wealth transfer because, I get, if I can leave something to my kids, I would. Absolutely. But do I need to leave them billions of dollars? First off, not a concern in our family. Second off, my kids need to earn that fucking money. Right? If I suddenly magically, let's just say I invented a way for bald men to not feel like douches. And then all of a sudden I was a billionaire. I have no problem with that money going, there'd be some that goes to my children to look after them as, like the same as if I was a regular fucking human being instead of the guy that ended baldness. But the rest of it, what the fuck did they do? Basic utilities like roads and electricity should be publicly owned. Yes, because corporations are fucking dog shit and won't do it. Did you need a cigarette? Let me pause what I'm doing. It's not like I've been drinking all night intentionally. Oh, you have too? Well, one of us is fucking old enough to know better. And it's me. And I still drank a lot. Take a sip of this and tell me how strong that is.
Almost not even.
Almost not. That is 50-50 fucking Coke and rum. That is 50-50 Coke and rum, you piece of... I love you.
You think I mix well?
No, you don't. You don't mix anything. You just take a bottle of whatever the cheapest, shittiest vodka is and go, I'm a fucking Keemstar.
I got the award though.
The award for what?
The threesome belt.
The what?
The threesome belt.
The threesome belt?
Yeah.
Are you telling me that you had a threesome?
Yeah.
While I'm streaming this?
Yeah.
I just hope it was with Alec Baldwin.
It was really bad.
Okay, I'm done. Government... This is my life. This is my life. I have so many good children. And I have one whose fucking underwear sticks out 8 inches above his fucking belt. And he wears a belt. He wears a belt to make sure that, because his cock isn't big enough to keep his pants up, so the belt is there to cinch them in, and he, this is why I drink. Government intervention is a threat to the economy. Your kid likes Keemstar. Nobody likes Keemstar. No, that was me trying to hit below the belt. Inheritance causes Tucker Carlson's no thank you, sir. You are absolutely right. Abso-fucking-lutely right. Tucker, what is it, Tucker, Belvedere, Bartholomew, Richfield, Heathcliff, Garfield, Carlson. Yeah. Scared you there. No. Nobody likes Keemstar. Keemstar, every time his parents see him, they ratio him. That's the thing. Focus. Okay. Government intervention is a threat to the economy. No. Strongly disagree. The government is necessary. Sometimes you have to intervene in the economy. I don't know, the New Deal. We watched that video a few minutes ago, or it was probably longer than that, but shut up. But, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the whole concept of, maybe we need an economic charter of rights and freedoms to prevent people from being exploited. That's why the fucking government intervention is not a threat to the economy. Tucker Swanson McNear Carlson is a punchable name. I seriously, I have a child with 4 names. It's the one, the threesome, who is very proud of the fact that he just had sex with 2 boys, or whatever the fuck he did. I don't even know or care. But he felt the need to brag about it. His name is Jacob Edward Elwood Martin. And it's because my ex-wife wanted to name him Jacob, and I was like, well, only if I can name him Elwood.
Are you really talking about threesome?
What do you mean, am I really talking? You walk in and you're like, threesome! Oh my God. I did Keemstar and Jake Paul, whatever. And you're like, oh my god, Dad, you're so embarrassing right now.
Can I say hi?
Do you want to say hi?
Yeah.
Then say hi. Don't stick your bong in the fucking...
I won't, but Ola.
Hang on, yeah, they could see you.
Hi, how are you doing?
I mean, they could see your hair mostly. That's why I do all that I do. Fucking proud dad.
I'm great.
Yeah, go. You're not a disappointment. You're just not. You're not better than me, and I was a disappointment. So, I set the bar low. I love you. Go do your thing. Okay. Yeah, a bunch of hair. Anyways, his name. He has Elwood in his name, and I was like, if you're gonna call him Jake, it's got to be the Blues Brothers, Jake and Elwood. Anyways, holy shit. So yeah, government intervention, not a threat to the economy. Those with greater ability to pay should receive better healthcare. Fuck that. Quality education is a right of all people. Fuck yeah, it is. The means of production should belong to the workers who use them. Yeah, you know what? I know I struggle with this one. I fucking think it should belong to the workers. Here's the thing, though. The fact is, in the way the world works, we currently have a situation where people who have money can buy very expensive means of production. You know what? Fuck it. I'm drunk. Strongly agree. Shut up. United Nations should be abolished. Strongly disagree. Military action by our nation is often necessary to protect it. Strongly disagree. I support regional unions such as the European Union. Fuck, I don't care if you... I support all unions. It's important to maintain our national sovereignty. No. A united world government would be beneficial to mankind. Like, who am I to say anything? I have 3 last names. Right? You have a collection. Be proud. You have a collection. A united world government would be beneficial to mankind. What is that even, like, a united world, like the League of Nations was not. The United Nations kind of is. Like, if we did this well, yeah, it would be beneficial to mankind. We suck at it, but yeah, it would still. I'm going to say agree, because it's more important to retain peace. See how I said cuz and then didn't answer? Because I was like, I don't have to justify shit to you. It's important to retain peaceful relations than to further our strength. Yeah. It's peace. Peace is better than war. Wars do not need to be justified to other countries. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't need to justify shit to you. But yeah, it's a global world, and if we're gonna like bring troops in, yeah, I'm gonna strongly disagree. You better fucking justify that shit. Military spending is a waste of money. Oh yeah. International aid is a waste of money. Oh no. My nation has research should be conducted on an international scale. Yeah, you know why research should be conducted on an international scale? Because Americans were trying to split the atom, and oh my God, did we ever split the atom? Boy, we split the atom. Building on the research of a fantastic, I believe it was a Jewish woman who lived in Germany. And like the world is a big place, and we should all be working together. And fuck this, we should have research conducted on an international scale. Government should be accountable to the international community. Yeah. Good night. Pass on my love to Keemstar. Government should be accountable to the international community. Yeah, you know what? I agree. I strongly agree. Even when protesting an authoritarian government, violence is not acceptable. This is the alcohol talking. This is exactly the alcohol that is talking when I say I disagree. Sometimes when you're protesting authoritarian government, I'm gonna strongly disagree, because I will fuck a guy up. My religious values should be spread as much as possible. I am an atheist, and my fucking religious values absolutely should be spread as much as possible. I feel bad. No, I can't do that. I can't do that because that means everyone's religious. Like, they're going to assume that I'm like an evangelical Christian or some shit. And that like my religious values should be spread. If I was an evangelical Christian, that would be a bad question. So I'm gonna just like, because like almost everyone has religious values that are shit ton garbage. I'm just gonna disagree. Our nation's values should be spread as much as possible. So, what is my nation's values? Well, we value universal health care. We value doing a genocide. Oh, wait, I just answered my own question. Strongly disagree. It's very important to maintain law and order. I mean, like, yeah, it's important to maintain law and order in the sense that, like, you don't want, like, chaos everywhere. But it's not important to maintain law and order in the sense that, like, people don't have the right to protest and people don't have the right to, like, get angry and do shit. So I don't even know what the answer is. What's the answer here, chat? You can't tell me the answer. I'm a hopeful agnostic. I respect your lack of religion. I have no intention to spread my confusing ideas. Oh, Jesus, this fucking pizza. Yeah, no, I get that. I'm an atheist, but I'm only an atheist because, like, I haven't got a better answer to the question yet. So, it's very important to maintain law and order. I feel like I'm going to say I'm neutral on this one. I don't know what I put earlier, but I just feel like it's both, like, it's good to not have mass murderers. It's not good to, like, crush people under your thumb. The generalist populace makes poor decisions. I am not the general populace. I make poor decisions. Physician-assisted suicide should be legal. Yeah, fuck yeah. Sacrifice of some civil liberties is necessary to protect us from acts of terrorism. Like, that's so not. No, I'm gonna just strongly disagree. That's just how the world is. Government surveillance is necessary in the modern world. No. Very existence of the state is the threat to our liberty. I mean, I guess that depends on what you mean by liberty. Like, I can be free in, like, I live in Canada. We are a free country with a state, and I have a whole pile of freedoms. I wouldn't call it a threat to our liberty. This is a stupid question. I will fight you. I'm gonna say I disagree, but I do not strongly disagree. Am I missing anything in chat? No, I have not missed anything in chat. Regardless of political opinions, it is important to side with your country. Fuck no. All authority should be questioned. I'm gonna pause. I really have to pee. I have to pee. That's just facts. I'm gonna mute my microphone so you don't hear me pee. But I have to pee. I'll be right back. I'm so glad I muted my microphone because I had this whole conversation mocking my child. What is chat saying? He's going to be gone. Oh, he's going to be gone for a while. I imagine his bladder is full to his throat by this point. No. I'm super good at drinking. Okay. All authority should be questioned. How to answer this one? Oh yeah, strongly agree. And again, it is not the same as saying that expertise should be questioned. Authority should be questioned. Authority backed by expertise, question it, but assign that questioning to the expertise. When authority is just being like authority for authority's sake, fuck that. Give me a reason. A hierarchical state is the best. I hate hierarchies, whether it's in love, or in states, or in bosses. Strongly disagree. It's important that the government follows the majority opinion, even if it's wrong. No! That's how we get January 6th. That's how we get Ted Cruz defending January 6th people on fucking... Strongly disagree. Strongly. The stronger the leadership, the better. Define strong. This is the problem with these questions. So... Or in lobsters, he's gonna. I don't know what that relates to, but I'm very happy you wrote that. Oh, this fucking pizza. Okay. The stronger the lobster ship, the better. I'm gonna assume that what this question means is that like the Donald was a strong leader, George W. was a strong leader, George the Senior. Even stronger. 1,000 pints of light. So I'm just gonna strongly agree. Democracy is more than a decision-making process. I mean, yeah, it's collaborating and expressing the will of the people. So I'm gonna agree with that. Oh, yeah, lobster hierarchies. Oh yeah, lobster hierarchies huge in Denmark. I don't know what I said. Environmental regulations are essential. Fuck yeah, they are. A better world will come from automation, science, and technology. Fuck yeah, it will. Children should be educated in religious tradition. Nope. Fucking nope. Traditions have no value of their own. Yeah, they absolutely have no value. You know what? Here's the that's not even true. Here's the thing. I love traditions. But traditions, you know what? Traditions have no value of their own. And I'll tell you why. Because, like, if my family tradition was to be, like, a shitty jackass to, for example, people of color, that's a bad tradition and has no value. If my family tradition is to, like, you know, make stockings by hand and we stitch our stockings and then we hang them by the fucking chimney with care in hopes that St. Nicholas soon will be there. Like, that's sweet. But the fact that it's a tradition doesn't mean that it has value. It's the act of doing it that matters. And shut up. Still, I'm right. Traditions are of no value on their own. Strongly agree. Religion should play a role in government. No. Churches should be taxed. Yes, they should. Climate change is currently one of the greatest threats. Okay, let me just go back to the church question. I want to explain this. Churches make fuck money. Fuck money. And I believe personally churches should not be taxed on the money that they give back. And I mean legitimately give back. Right? Because churches historically have done some very great things. I am an atheist, but I can recognize the benefit of a church funding a hospital. 100%. Church taking in people from the cold. Fuck yeah. And I'm specifically thinking of in from the cold when I say that. But, like, there's a bunch of things they do. But there's a fucking line in the sand where they're just a tax shelter. And I firmly believe that as a country, we should be able to say, you know what? Churches can act, even though I'm an atheist and I hate organized religion, there is a reality that churches can act for the better good and follow certain rules and prescripts or whatever to do that, but that the money that they make above and beyond what they're doing for the common good, and I mean, like, you can give a certain leeway for, like, paying your pastor and stuff, but a reasonable wage. Once you get to the gravy, fuck that. Pay taxes. Pay fucking taxes. And if this church is doing well and this church is doing poorly, no. So yeah, churches should be taxed the same way other institutions are taxed. No, but they should be taxed. I'm going to strongly agree on the fact that they need to be taxed, because the most successful churches are the ones that do the most fucking harm in the world. Climate change is currently one of the greatest threats to our way of life. Yeah, it fucking is. I live in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, where apparently it's decided that Siberian winds should be blowing in. It's that polar vortex shit, and it has been fuck off cold for far too long, and that is exactly because of climate change. This is not normal weather here. It's important that we work as a united world to combat climate change. Yes, it is. Fuck yeah, it is. Think of BC. Kitty, I don't know why I'm thinking of BC. Oh, you mean what they've been through this? Oh, yeah, sorry. That's the liquor. That part there was the liquor. Yes, think of BC. They have been through so fucking much this year. With the fucking fires that literally wiped out a town. More than one town, if I understand correctly, but I could be wrong. And that's been like, when I was a kid, there wasn't a thing called fire season. And now there's fire season. And we lose towns to fire season because it's so fucking dry. And that's normal. That's every year. That was my childhood for sure. And then all of a sudden we're having like fucking mudslides that are wiping out massive roads. Like the Coquihalla, which is like the heartbeat of getting people and goods and services. And I say that only so that the fucking right wing can care. But getting people and stuff like and their food to them, it's fucked. BC has been through hell. Society was better many years ago than it is now. No. You know why not? Because many years ago, depending on how you answer that question, we had indigenous people in fucking reservations. Trans people had no rights. There were no trans people. There were only the weird, creepy uncles who should not be talked about. Gay people weren't allowed to get married. Chinese people have an internment camp. Like, what part of the past is really fucking better? Come the fuck on. It's important that we maintain the traditions of our past. Okay. When this pertains to, like, making Christmas stockings as a family, absolutely. When this pertains to, like, well, historically, women have not had the same rights as men. Maybe not. And the thing is that the traditions of our past, when it comes to the individual level, maybe those are valid. But you know what? As a society, the traditions of our past, no. Because progress is forward, not backwards. It's important that we think in the long term beyond our lifespans. Lifespans? Fuck yeah. Someone on Twitter said that our spring heat wave was typical summer weather. I had to point out that 40 on Van Island in June is not normal southern weather. People don't understand, like, there's this whole fucking idea, like, what we're going through right now is not normal. This is not a normal Calgary winter. And I'll give you proof. Yeah, January is often a very cold month, for sure. It's also a month without a lot of wind. This whole, like, sustained minus 40 with the wind chill shit, that's not normal. Normally, when we hit minus 30, it's, like, done. We might have a day where the wind is blowing, and that's, like, one day. This has been a week or 2 weeks or whatever. I don't fucking know. Time doesn't matter in COVID-verse. But this has been, like, a bunch of days where there's been wind. And that little, it's not a huge wind, but that little bit of wind drops you from, oh, hey, it's minus 20, so, 27 to, oh, hey, it's minus 40 and you're going to fucking die. And this is not normal. This is not how this city is. And also, how many Chinooks have we had? Exactly one that lasted less than 24 hours. That is not this city. How many previous years have we ever heard of the Siberian winds that we're getting, the crazy fucking cold that came from Siberia and envelops the whole fucking nation? Oh, that happened last year, and before that I can't think of a time. Yeah, just typical summer weather. Reason is more important than maintaining our culture. You know what? I don't know what I put earlier for this, but yeah, reason absolutely fucking is. Because our culture, maintaining our culture is important. On the grand, like, okay, let me macro and micro here. On the macro scale, maintaining our culture is really not important. I was going to say important. It's really not important. And reason is really important. On a micro scale, maintaining our culture is really fucking important. So if you look at like indigenous people on a grand and global scale, if the people from Siksika maintain their culture, it doesn't matter. And reason is way more important. But when you look at the human level, at the micro level, that is the most important thing. So I'm kind of stuck on this question because, like, are we talking about some stupid... You know what? I'm going to go with maintaining our culture is more important. So reason is more important than most. Strongly disagree. I'm going to strongly disagree because, you know what? The culture of these small groups that maybe don't matter in a global perspective are really fucking vital. Drug use should be legalized or decriminalized. Yeah. I don't do drugs. I only smoke weed and do acid. Same-sex marriage should be legal. Yeah. Fuck yeah. You know what the difference is? It should just be called marriage. It should be called same-sex marriage. No one ever says, hey, I went to a black wedding last week. I went to an indigenous wedding. Oh, I guess they probably do because white people suck so bad. And they'll be like, oh, and I was at a Vietnamese wedding and they had that tea with the thick cream. It was so lovely. But they shouldn't say that. When they say that, you immediately know that Kara needs to fucking take a course. Same-sex marriage should just be called marriage. So yeah, should be fucking legal. Should be no different. No cultures superior to others. Strongly agree. I'm just checking something. There's a whole... She Loves Puns is on. Hi, She Loves Puns. It's good to see you. Whites are going to be a minority. Oh, that's my day tomorrow when I do my stream. We're going to go through... There was a fucking debate between Xander Hall and Brittany. Brittany runs Politically Provoked. I'm sure, Kitty, that you know Politically Provoked. I subscribed to them for like... Not subscribed. I followed them on Twitch for like 7 minutes. And it was like, oh, you're about Nazism. And I stopped. Brittany was their left-wing moderator, who is like, why should we allow immigrants? And they had this debate. And literally, it's I think Xander Hall wasn't prepared. I think he literally is just like, what do you fucking mean, you... What? So I'm going to go through that debate tomorrow. And I'm going to... Everything Brittany says, I'm going to explain why it's wrong and dumb. That's my day tomorrow. Whites are going to be a minority in 20 years or so. I was hoping for another one of this weekend. I need to get the stuff off my balcony, and the sliding door is frozen shut. They're replacing... That sucks. Yeah, I saw like a week ago, all of a sudden people started sharing these fucking photos of like plus 14 in next week, and it's all going to be like plus 4. Which, don't get me wrong, yay. But plus 14 would have been a lot cooler. Sounds like a great stream. No, I have been drinking the whole stream, and I don't know if it's good or not. Left wing, like Tim Pool, is a centrist. Yes, Tim Pool is uncentrist. I had to get a heat gun to get out to your balcony. That's fucked up. I meant the idea for tomorrow, lol, but you're doing fine. I am doing fine. I'm super good. Speaking of which, sex outside of marriage is immoral? Oh, I'm going to strongly disagree. If we accept migrants at all, it is important that they assimilate into our culture. Okay, I'm a Canadian. And a lot of Canadians don't fucking remember this shit. But here's the thing about being a Canadian. I'm going to break this down for you. America is a cultural melting pot. And God bless them. There's nothing wrong with being a cultural melting pot. That means you take a giant big ass pot and you put a little bit of this culture and you put a little bit of this culture and you put a little bit of this culture and you make add the heat and you build this thing that is America. And it is sort of kind of almost a little bit of all those things. And it's like a gooey, sticky thing that if you put it on your kids, they'll get scalds, and you don't want to do that. But that's America, scalding your children. In Canada, we're a cultural mosaic. And what a mosaic is a bunch of different fucking unmatched things that, like, sometimes a mosaic, you can, like, squiggle them around with your thumbs and come up with a puzzle that works out. And sometimes a mosaic is just a fucking mosaic. And you're like, oh, that's really cool, but I can't even put my thumbs on it because I'm in a museum and there are guards for that. But either way, it's still a beautiful picture. Canada is a cultural mosaic where we have all these different pieces all blending together but still being unique and distinct and lovely. So, is it important that they assimilate into our culture? No. It's important that they enrich our culture. So I'm going to strongly disagree. Hey, I see there was a comment. Yeah, the word assimilate makes me nervous because of how people often intend it. Exactly. Assimilate is that, like, what is the fucking Doctor Who assimilate. Why I moved my arms as if I was like that robot. Shit, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but you know what I mean. It's the Borg. Yeah, the Borg is valid there. We are Borg. But yeah, like, assimilation is not a good thing. To me, I fucking love the idea that people have come from all over the world to live in this particular place, including the people that were here before we got here. And all of us bring different unique perspectives and different unique foods and different unique music and different unique everything. And all of those bits and pieces can coexist together. And we have this sort of shared, hopefully shared vision of what this country is. And that's fucking badass. And the idea that we're just like assimilating is no, shut up and stop being all different. You're getting revoked for any nerd club now, dude. I was never in an Star Trek. Fuck Star Trek. You know why? Fuck Star Trek? Because Darth Vader wasn't like even Luke's father, okay? So fuck Star Trek. Caught in 4K. Catch this in 4K. Honestly, I literally don't care about Star Trek. I don't care about Star Wars. I don't care about Doctor Who. I don't care about any of it. Not that I'm against science fiction. I'm just against everything that Reno likes. Reno, do you hear me? Do you hear me? I'm speaking to you specifically right now. I hate what you like. I like what you hate. Except our band. I like that. My mom was a low-key Trekkie. I am by proxy, but never really watched on my own. Honestly, though, like, I have no problem. This is the weird thing. Is like, I don't give a shit about Star Trek. But I love Star Trek fans. I love Trekkies. I think that the people who watch these things, because I am a nerd in my own way, and I think the people who watch these programs and get like spellbound and caught up in the lore and like sucked into the whole story, like that's fucking beautiful. I wish I could write something so compelling that people the world over would find common language and common experiences. Like, that's so amazing. But don't tell Reno I said that, because I hate Star Trek. So yeah, go Trekkies, go. Actually, one of my favorite memories, I went to a Trekkie friend of mine's Halloween party. And I was not excited about it. And there was a super hot Trekkie, like super nerdy but super hot Trekkie girl who did not give me the time of day. It's not that story. But she just like made the party kind of shine a little bit more, and they went all out. They had like Romulan ale, and they had dry ice smoke everywhere, and it kind of felt like you were in the alien environment. And I was like, this is so much cooler than my shitty normal parties. Not that I went to parties, because fuck, you're not a Trekkie, ha ha ha. Okay, Reno, real talk right now. If you're not a Trekkie, the only reason you're not a Trekkie is because you haven't actually seen Star Trek yet. Real talk. My high school had a ton of Trekkies, die hard. It was interesting to watch from afar. And that's the thing, is like from a sociological perspective, they're like anime people, they're like anyone who gets excited about anything, even religious fundamentalists. Like it's amazing to watch them, especially when they gather in numbers. And I'm not saying it's always good insurrection, but sometimes when you get this sort of weird subculture that gathers in numbers, like it can be a really fascinating thing. And when there's like a small cotillion of this group of people in this larger expanse of humanity, like it can be really badass and really cool. I totally get that. The whole world they create and the obsession and passion groups, fuck yes, absolutely. I used to play this role-playing game that I got into called Heroes Unlimited. And it was, the way that I got into it was a buddy of mine got me this Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles role-playing game. And it was part of that bigger universe. And so I when I found out there was a bigger universe, I was like, fuck yeah, let's do this. And the other day, like 2 months ago, we played a show at Vern's. And after hours at Vern's, not that I ever stay in bars after hours, because that would be illegal, but in Roblox, in Minecraft, it was in Minecraft, not Roblox. In Minecraft, I was after hours at Vern's, and one of my buddies was there, and we were drinking and talking in Minecraft. And he was mentioning, like, he was basically going through like an autistic crisis, and I was calming him down. It did not go well. He wound up, apparently after I left, he tried to punch the bartender and got punched, and things were bad. Are you puking? I don't think that's puking because it's way too rhythmic. Anyways, that was weird. Nope, that was puking. Yeah, proud dad. He had a threesome tonight. Shit, totally forgot this. My buddy, bad moment. And I brought up this he mentioned that he played role-playing games. I was like, I used to play role-playing games too. And he said Heroes Unlimited. And I was like, bro, I don't know if you can hear this. This is so gross. My child is horking and vomiting. Tell him to let me look at him on the camera. I should seriously go in there with it. No, I'm not going to do that. This void is going to haunt the both of you. Oh, this VOD is probably not going to see the light of day. Marvel's hard to keep up with the sheer volume these days. But I, as a Marvel Comics nerd from days gone by, and that's where I was a nerd, I absolutely love all that's happening. Like, I just finished watching all of, I rewatched Hawkeye, and then I rewatched Black Widow and Shang-Chi, and I fucking love it all. It's so good. Looking at chat here. Tell him if he's on or not. It's brought to you by Tellus. I don't understand what that refers to, but oh my god, I love that. So, abortion should be prohibited in most or all cases. We're going to strongly disagree. You know why? Because it turns out that my body, my choice, when it's like, ouch, I got a shot, don't fucking care. My body, my choice, when it's, ouch, I have to live for the next 9 months with a human being growing inside me that then I have to care for or find a way to adopt. And there's a whole bunch of fucking deep, genuine emotional traumas that are associated. It turns out, strongly disagree. Wait, did I make sure I get that right? Prohibited in, okay, yeah, strongly, okay, good. I just had that moment where it's like, I imagine it said like, abortion is really okay and people should be allowed to do it. I'm like, strongly disagree. Gun ownership should be prohibited for those without a valid reason. I disagree. I strongly disagree. I'm a gun fan. I don't own guns, but I want to own guns one day. And I don't think it should be prohibited for those that have valid reason. I think it should be prohibited for those who have like reasons not to be, like, you know, if you have domestic violence as a backstory, maybe you don't get to have a gun anymore. I support single payer healthy. Fuck yes, I do. Prostitution be illegal? No. No. I think I'm answering all of these questions exactly the same. Maintaining family values is essential? No. You know why? I have a type. My type is woman who comes from a narcissistic parental environment. It turns out my view of family values is not the same as most people's, because in my experience with the people that I have loved in my life, family values have been a form of abuse. So no. Kitty Jerkface, abortions are going to happen anyway. Didn't Dirty Dancing chase these kids in? Right? There was a reason that Baby paid or convinced her dad to pay for that abortion. It's going to happen. And it's better if it happens in a healthy environment. Kitty Jerkface, that is the greatest example of A, why I love you, and B, why Dirty Dancing is the best example of why abortion is good science. Speaking as a woman, my issue is the laws are all around the women, only regulating women, though I am pro-choice myself. I don't know what you mean. Like, here's my take on it. As a guy, and admittedly not a whole guy, because I had a vasectomy, so like I can't. I'm not being disingenuous. I literally can't be in this position right now. If I was to have sex with a woman and she became pregnant with my child, I may very well have opinions and wants and desires, and very strong ones. But at the end of the day, my desire for her to carry that baby ends at a point long before the point where her body begins to grow and change and suffer. I don't have that right. I have if there was a way to transplant that baby into my stomach and I could grow it like an intestinal baby or something, then 100%, if I could get her consent and say, like, you know what, it's important to me that I carry this baby. And she said, are you fucking kidding me? And I'm like, no, my doctor, Dr. Ralph Frankenstein, says that he can do this and it's perfectly safe. And the two of us go and we have this doctor's appointment, and he takes the embryo, the fertilized eggs, and he implants them in my intestinal wall, and the baby grows and everything is fine. Like, I'm okay with that. But even at that ridiculous thing, if she said, I'm not okay with you taking a knife and cutting me open and taking those cells out of me, I guess that's a bit of a weird, because like an abortionist, I don't know. It's not a fully formed thought. But at the end of the day, because I can't do that, because I can't take that responsibility on, it's still me asking the other person to do that, as opposed to telling the other person to do that. That's my 2 cents on it. I meant to type sick, but I'm on my phone. I believe you. I don't know what that relates to, but I believe you. Maintaining family values is essential. Yeah, I'm going to strongly disagree. To chase progress at all costs is dangerous. I mean, if it's legitimate progress, I guess at all costs is the key shit point there. I'm gonna say neutral on this, because I don't like the fact progress is good, but at all costs is bad. So I'm gonna say that balances out. A negative and a positive equals a neutral unsure. Genetic modification is a force for good, even on humans. Yep. We should open our borders to immigration. Yep. Government should be concerned about foreigners as they are about their own citizens. Yep. All people, regardless of factors like culture or sexuality, should be treated equally. Is there better than strongly agree? It's important that we further my group's goals above all others. So you mean my group as the white, heterosexual male of medium or middle class? No. No. Oh my god, I think I got a different. I'm a commie. 94.2% commie. That's like I'm a is that A plus or like a good solid A? I feel like that's an A plus. I'm an A plus commie. I'm an A plus cosmopolitan. I feel very cosmopolitan. I am like a A minus libertarian. I'm an A plus. No, I'm an A revolutionary. Libertarian communism. I did change from the fucking start of this. Holy shit. I was a libertarian socialist at the start of this VOD. Now I'm a libertarian communist. What does that even fucking mean? I don't know. Is there like a thing where I can click? I'm a libertarian communist while my child dies of alcohol poisoning. Okay, I can't, so I'm gonna type in. What is a libertarian communist? We're gonna read this when I come back from having a smoke. Because I need to smoke. And I need to not listen to my child vomit. Probably gonna check on him too. Hey, I'm back. Did Chad say anything while I was gone? Let me see. Our abortions are going to happen anyway. What cost? What cost what? Sorry, Reno. There seems to be a lot of code words in the survey. Yes, to be fair, this survey is like a very, very lefty survey. You have to work really hard not to be a lefty on the aid values thing. You have to be like, I believe that all Jews should be murdered. You are drunk. You're a drunk leftist. Wait, you were that even before this puff puff pass. Yeah, but the thing is that when I started this, I ran through the aid flags thing, and I was a libertarian socialist, which is what I am. So now I'm a libertarian communist, which means that when I drink, I want someone to take care of me. That actually doesn't not track at all. So let's just look at what libertarian communism means. What is a libertarian? So libertarian socialism. Not anarcho-communism. I'm not an anarcho. What is libertarian communism? This is a Quora article. Okay. Libertarian communism is a dump. Okay, this is some fucking wang ass literary shit theory kid. Libertarian communism, an introduction. Let's check out libcom.org. Okay, when we speak of libertarian communism, we're talking about two things. Firstly, as a way of organizing society based on the principle of from each according to ability to each according to need. And secondly, as the real movement towards such a society in the world right now. Here we will address these, starting with the. You know what? I don't even care. I want a quick definition. Urban Dictionary. That'll help. A communist that actually is not a dick. Thank you. Like the winning majority in history have been. Thinks you can only have communism if it's based. Fucking alcohol. Thinks you can only have communism if it is based purely on rational human self-interest and desire, and would rather not have a revolution at all than have one that leads to something worse than what you started with. A person who wants communism without Marxism or any other person name-ism. You know what? I'm like 100% good with that. I'm 100% good with a person who wants that. Shut up. That. I don't want... I forgot I had this emoji. I can't even see what the emoji is. Holy shit. That's adorable! To be fair, you were very heavy on the extreme answers. I probably was, but that's probably because alcohol lowered my inhibitions and made me like, I don't fucking care. I definitely want. If the government wants to force me to have a colonoscopy, that was a weird moment. Okay. That was a weird moment. So, my buddy Christian was like an OG buddy of mine from years gone by, and he was in on the YouTube chat, and he was like, I kind of got this vibe, like he was sort of being a little bit, I don't know, what's the word, weird. He was being a little like maybe a smidge anti-vax. And he's moved to the States, so like that would explain a lot. And then I was like, but you know, I value expertise. So when scientists say that this is a good thing, I will fucking do the good thing. And when governments are like, you will do this thing, I'm like, you should fuck right off. The minute that, like, so, you know, with the vaccine issue, for example, I'm 100% on board, not because the government told me to, but because smart people who are scientists told me to. I would listen to them 10 times out of 10. And it was weird. And then he posted something about like, what about if a punk rock doctor wanted to give you a colonoscopy with authority? And I don't really get what he was getting at. All I can say is that, first off, a colonoscopy with authority sounds kind of hot. Not gonna lie to you. As a heterosexual male, butt stuff is still stuff. And like, okay. But if like the authorities were telling me that I had to have a colonoscopy, I'd be like, you should show me some science behind that. If a doctor was like, hey, the government says you have to have a colonoscopy, and also here are the reasons why that's a wise and valid choice, I'd be like, sign me up, stick that fucking horrible camcorder up my asshole. I worked in GI and booked colonoscopies. Lol, the prep is the least sexiest of all, and yes, everyone should have one after 50. Yeah, I'm almost there. I thought it was 40. I think it used to be 40. And when I went and saw my doctor, he was like, no, you're 40. You don't have to do this. What we're going to do is we're going to do this almost equally horrible, but not anywhere near equally horrible experience where you have to, like, you take a poop and then you have to scrape it with a stick. And in order to do that, you can't have the poop hit the water. So you have to put, like, saran wrap. It was a whole fucking monster thing. But I, like, literally had to put saran wrap and then poop. And it turns out that you poop a bunch. So you have to, like, be prepared to elevate. Just saying. And then you scrape. And then you deal with the horrors. And the scraping is the thing. And it looks for if there's blood, and if there's blood, that's a bad thing, and then there's like a reason to continue to do stuff. But like a colonoscopy itself at 40 is no longer necessary. No, not at 40. Yep, the poop test I'm familiar with. Yeah, because you're in public health. It's a newer test. They can detect cancer and diseases sooner now. Yeah, and like 100% cool with that. And again, that comes from expertise. If the government passed a law that said, as of 40, you have to do the poop test, and as of 50, you have to colonoscopy, I'd be like, that's stupid. And then a doctor was like, no, it's really not. I'd be like, you are correct, sir. You are correct, because who the fuck am I? I am a business analyst by day and a drunken streamer by night with this on my head. For the record, just in my own defense, I had a shower today. It's been a couple days, and I didn't feel the need to put product in my hair. I was like, I'm going online, and I'm probably going to go outside and have cigarettes, and I'm probably going to like wear a toque, which I have not done. It's actually a lot nicer out there than it has been. But I was like, what's going to happen? My hair is going to look like shit no matter what. Fuck it. Let's just lean into it. Lean into it. Problem in Edmonton was we have a huge backlog for booking colonoscopies even when we need to. That is a problem. I really genuinely think that the bigger concern that I have when it comes to like a public healthcare system is that we keep electing fucking conservatives who slash budgets to healthcare because fuck that, we're gonna have private healthcare. And as a regular human being, I can't afford fucking public healthcare or private healthcare. And I have a great job, and I make good money on paper, but I pay a lot of fucking money out for various support and shit like that. And so it puts me, and I'm a single dad, so it puts me in a position where like I can't afford to have private healthcare, and more importantly, I shouldn't have to afford to have private healthcare. The health of our society is important, and we should just like pay for that. That should just be a thing that we do without even thinking about it. That is why, exactly, as someone who's worked in it for years, they are the reason they slash and unslash and slash and... Yeah, this was the thing, right? My 2022 year-in preview. I was like, we're a year out from the next provincial election, so the UCP is going to start fucking making it rain. They're going to start throwing money all over the place, and everyone's going to be like, oh, remember? The system was so broken, and then they threw all this money at it. And like wait times went down by like 8 minutes. And everyone's going to fucking buy it. And we're all going to wind up with another goddamn government run by the UCP. And that sucks. Fucking sucks. Because they are not interested. And the first thing they're going to do is exactly that. They're going to be like, remember all that money we gave you? Yoink. I genuinely despise conservative politics. And it's not because conservatism is wrong, it's because conservatism is short-sighted. And it's based entirely... No, it's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. Here's the thing. You don't get better by doing the same fucking thing you always have, by being conservative. You get better by progressing, by being progressive. And that's how the world gets better. I'm keeping my screenshots of when they wanted to cut nurses' salaries during a pandemic and then dancing in a fountain taking away queer rights. That was so fucking gross. Like I remember those images of them like from the newspaper, and they're like, "Hey, we're in the fountain. Everything is good. Yay! Gays aren't human anymore." Healthcare won't vote conservative. Especially Kenny, we've been screaming about him since he won the party leadership. I wish that was true. And please, take this with a grain of salt. She loves puns. Years ago, I was I was technically the volunteer coordinator, but I did a lot of work for a buddy of mine who was running for, at the time, he was running for the Alberta Party, Kevin Warren, who was a great human being. He was running for the Alberta Party before they sort of became what they are now. And it was the first time they ever ran an election, and he was excited about them. And his whole thing was, let's just go out and door knock and have conversations with people and understand what their perspectives are. And the number of people who we knocked on doors who worked in healthcare and like frontline healthcare, nurses, doctors, stuff like that, that were like, yeah, the healthcare situation is a real problem, but abortions but drugs or whatever, and like that, though they were that single issue voter. Guns was another one, people who worked in healthcare, but who liked owning guns and were fairly certain that if they elected Rachel Notley or someone who was slightly less than Nazi Jason Kenney, that we would wind up with a door-to-door campaign of like forced abortions and guns. Kitty Jerkface, yeah, their handling of queer rights is why I will never vote for them. They don't care about the community at all. They would have us all in conversion therapy if they had their way. The majority here at my university, but then is the region that votes heavily NDP anyways. Kenny absolutely would. Yeah, Kennedy. Yeah. The funny thing is, and this is because there's no way this whole stream is going to get watched by anyone, I feel very comfortable in saying this. I have a buddy who is, he's one of the gay tribe. And one of his friends, according to what I've been told, one of his friends used to date Jason Kenney. And so Jason Kenney is, according to this person, is a gay man, and just knows what side of the bread his is buttered on, and knows that you're not going to win elections as a conservative who's gay. So you say what they say and you do what they do, and that's the end of that. I cannot say if that's true. All I can say is that this is the story I was told by what I consider to be a fairly credible source. And yeah, I realistically, I never have any doubt in my mind when someone's like, oh yeah, this big conservative politician is actually gay, or in some way like a person who would vote against their own interests, or a monster, because let's face it, conservatism has a lot of them too, but those are gay is not monster. He does have the vibe of repression either way. Yeah, you know what, he does. And again, I can't speak to if that's true or not. I can only say I see no reason to disbelieve. He has that like Milo Yiannopoulos vibe of, you know what, no one will vote for me if I'm who I am, so I'll just be somebody else. And all I care about is the vast power that comes from being premier. And maybe one day being prime minister, which will never fucking happen, Jason Kenney. But I wouldn't fucking doubt it. there is no way this fucking video is going to see the light of day. Just say it. And you don't hang the flags during Pride, and you laugh about them dying in hospital alone during the AIDS epidemic. I generally don't like when people say that he's a closeted gay man, but you have a story that may be something that is a thing. And that's the thing, is up until that story, I was like, oh no, he's just a shitty bigot. And I'm with you. I 100%, like, I give no credit to the to the UCP. I give no fucking credit to Jason Kenney as a human being. But could I see him being the kind of shitty liar who would deny his very existence to get ahead? Yes. Can I see him being in any way salvageable as a human? No. And yeah, no, I'm with you. And please do not take, I know anyone that's queer that's watching, please don't take this as me being like, no, Jason Kenney's one of you. He is not one of you. If the story I heard is true, he is a fucking piece of shit. If the story I heard isn't true, he is a fucking piece of shit. Either way, he is a fucking piece of shit. And please, I will always be in your corner. That guy is not. So that's the thing. Also, if you look at his old writings on religion and his upbringing, it makes sense. That's the thing. And Kitty's point is valid, right? If the story that I heard is bullshit, for example, like it's almost like trying to halfway give a pass. His writings on religion, his previous stances on things like abortion and HIV and all this stuff, like no matter what, he has established himself as like one of those shitty human beings. And if it's all a grift, he's just as shitty as he was 20 minutes before. He is a garbage human being. And he deserves none of our fucking credit. Hey, it worked. I got drunk. Drunk enough to be like, Jason Kenney's gay. I know a guy. Which, again, to be fair, that's not a bullshit story. Yep, my least favorite Albertan either way. Yeah, like literally. They had that like, the greatest Canadian or whatever it was, and like Bret Hart and Tommy Douglas were in the running. And I remember like, I'm a fucking Calgary Stampede wrestling fan. Sorry, dude, Tommy Douglas like beat the shit out of Bret Hart. I love me some Bret Hart, but come the fuck on. But if there was like the exact opposite, I'm not going to say Jason Kenney would win. Stockwell Day is from Alberta. Preston Manning is from Alberta. Was Stockwell Day from Alberta? I think he was. But Preston fucking Manning is a goddamn monster. And Jason Kenney like wakes up and dreams, wanks himself to a bloody frenzy at the image of one day being as awful as fucking Preston fucking Manning. These two would win over him for sure. Hell yeah. Stephen Harper, the Harper Pod. I actually, a girl that I know, I think it's her cousin, is Stephen Harper's wife. And I'm like, does she continue to like want to live? Because I wouldn't. Can you imagine if like, you're just a regular human being and you meet some person and you're like, oh my God, I love you. And you get married and then that person becomes Stephen fucking Harper. Like, no. We're done. I'm out in a Roblox kind of way. Yeah. Fucking terrible. Stockwell Day. Like, I'm a good Christian pastor. Let me just write, I'm just sending a letter here. Dear queer, homo, evil monsters who run media projects in small town Alberta, I hate you and I want you to die. What in the green fuck, dude? Stockwell Day is a fucking piece of shit. Preston Manning is a fucking piece of shit. Jason Kenney wishes he was that kind of piece of shit. The Ford brothers couldn't be that big a piece of shit. And they're big pieces of shit. But they're like not in the same ballpark. Justin Trudeau, that kind of piece of shit. Day is from Ontario. Is he? Oh, okay, so my bad on the Stockwell Day. But Preston Manning is from Calgary. Ralph Klein. I'll you know what? You can take Stockwell Day out of the equation. I'll throw Ralph Klein in the mix. Ralph Klein was a fucking horror show. And no one is jumping to the, like, oh, I think Ralph Klein is actually a closeted gay fellow. No. Ralph Klein was just a monster. He was an actual monster. He was a terrible human being, and then they sobered him up, and he was like, no, it turns out I'm a monster. And they're like, that's cool. Wear the suit, and we'll get you places, buddy. Stockwell Day. And he was so fucking pretty. You know what? I don't have respect for Preston Manning because Preston Manning is such a creep. But the Reform Party was Preston Manning's party. And then they were like, but he's weird. Let's get the pretty, creepy religious men in charge. And that was Stockwell Day. And I was like, you just lost any credibility. Any remote shred of credibility you have with me. Motherfuckers. Stockwell Dale was a cabinet minister in Alberta, but born in Ontario. See, I knew he was an Alberta politician. I did not realize he was born in Ontario. We have so many great Albertans. We've got the Ralphus Klein, Preston Manning. What's his face? Not Ted Cruz. No. Ted Cruz isn't from Alberta. He's from Canada, but not from Alberta. Is he? I can't remember. Jordan B. Peterson, Northern Alberta. Like, something is wrong with our water. When we talk about, like, let's get water to Indigenous people, 100%. But immediately after we do that, can we please make sure that the water in Alberta is okay? Because we keep making Jordan fucking Petersons. Ted Cruz was born in Calgary. I thought so. I was second guessing myself. I was like, no, Stockwell Day was from Ontario. Surely Ted Cruz is from Ontario. Yeah, Ted fucking Cruz. That's not a Alberta face. That's like a Florida face. Yeah, Ted Cruz, born in Calgary. Sorry. You don't have to apologize. Life has to apologize. The world owes us an apology. Owes us an apology for Ted Cruz being born here. I don't care that his parents were Americans and they were like, oh, they've got citizenship and shit, and that Ted Cruz is not fucking technically Canadian. Life owes us an apology for Ted Cruz having been farted out into our environment. It's wrong. I'm good. Something about drinking a lot. I think I drank half this bottle of rum. I can't see because it's like super opaque. But like if I eyeball it, yeah, I can't see a goddamn thing in there. I feel like I drank half a bottle of rum. Probably more. I drank an entire 2 liter of Coke, and I was mixing stiff drink. So I feel good about it. I'm gonna grab a beer. I'll be right back. I'm just grabbing a beer. I'm not even gonna like put the thing up. Ugh. Oh yeah. You want to hear a noise that is nothing but dangerous? Lucky Lager. That is terrible. For all of the people who are like recovered alcoholics, this is awful. This is genuinely awful. You've made the right choice. I'm gonna drink it. And I'm probably gonna like it. But look at what I do with my hair. Oh my God. I miss humans. You know, this is the drunk part. I'm just going to ramble incoherently for a while. This is the drunk part. I miss being able to go and be around humans. I recognize that we need to like open the economy and just like to hell with the healthcare system. We'll just, you know, we'll have a new one when we're done. I haven't drank much since I started therapy. Apparently, booze can't make you happy. Who knew? I definitely agree with that. I don't think booze makes you happy. Like, obviously, I am not maudlin right now, and it's because I'm a happy person. And I approach this whole thing with a certain brevity. I don't get drunk, as a general rule. I enjoy drinking, but I usually like have a couple of beers and enjoy conversations and stuff. It's been a long time since I've been like, let's get drunk. And tonight I was like, let's get drunk for science. And that's, no one on earth is kidding themselves being like, oh, Jim's a scientist. That's really great. I really enjoy the way he scienced for us. This was clearly just, I needed a night. I'm good with that. And I'm glad that we got some science out of it. But I firmly believe that alcohol doesn't make you happy. Mindset makes you happy. And for me, on a night like this, or the nights, back before the COVID times, when I would go out to a gig and I would drink too much or whatever, those were nights, and again, they were very rare, but those were nights where I was like, you know what? I'm going to go out. I don't care about drinking. I'm going to have so much fun with the people I love. And I would go out and I would have a great time with the people I love. And if I drank more than I should have, it's going to happen. Sometimes, you wind up swallowing the finger in the back of the parking lot, and that's not awesome. But it wasn't about the alcohol. It's never been about the alcohol for why I have fun. I have fun because I'm a generally upbeat person, and because I have wonderful people in my life. This is a very small example of that. Kitty Jerkface, longtime friend, nothing but the greatest of words for who you are and what you've always meant to me as a person. Reno, you've been transformative in my life. You have no idea. And She Loves Puns. I don't even know you, but you're awesome, and you come on my streams, and you've been on the last bunch of them, so you're clearly a rad human being with a discerning taste in streamers. So way to go. And it's, this is the stuff that I care about. Thanks. Ben told me about you. Which Ben? Oh, Bender Ben. I love Bender. Is that the Ben? Because there are several Bens, but I feel like it's Bender. And Bender's awesome. He's, yes, Bender. He is longtime listener, many time caller. I love that man to pieces. I helped him move because I love him with all my heart. I'm very responsible for his describing the last band he was in as Velour, because their name was Valor, and I would not allow that to pass. Yeah, I love Ben, and I've got that boy. I want to go to a show, have some wobbly pucks, and hug people. Yes, you know what, Kitty? Worst case scenario, if things go as they're going, what we will do is you and I can get together and put local bands on iTunes, or whatever iTunes is now. I have Music B, and we'll just randomly hug each other and pretend like we're other people, and I'll talk in accents or something. Nothing inappropriate, but I will talk in accents just to give you the vibe that we're out in the world, because I fucking get it. He is indeed easy to adore, great guy, truly. Genuinely, with all my heart, nothing I can say about him would ever come close to the man that he is. 40th birthday this year. I may be drinking then. I hope we are out of the pan banana by then. Yeah, I can tell you this. For your 40th birthday, I will personally end the pandemic by getting all the sick. I will go door to door and get all the sick, and only I will be sick, because your birthday is important and I will suffer for it. I don't think that will work, and that actually is my get out of jail free card, because I wouldn't do that, but it sounds really great to say, and this way, kind of a superhero. I am not a superhero, but Kitty, you know that. You know that I am a broken man. That doesn't seem like science. I feel very, very called out right there. Science does not involve when someone's like, I will take all of the virus. That sounds like a really good like comic book story where there is some guy whose mutant power is to take the virus, and he just goes out and like puts his arms out like this and like takes all the virus, and the virus sucks into him, and he's like, yes, I've taken all the virus. And then you can have and he like probably gives like a pet of a like at the end and then dies so that you can have a good 40th birthday. But I also feel like that is not active science. I appreciate the sentiment. And that's the thing. So I will live and die by this one. And that is, Kitty, you are somewhat important. And I absolutely, if there was a thing I could do to make sure that the pandemic did not get in the way of your 40th birthday, I would do it. And you'll notice I started off with the head up here, like this was going to be like a no, and then I was like, I would do it. And that was unconscious. It was only after the fact that I was like, what did my body language just say? Because we watched that film. Yeah, so I've been drinking. Normally, I'm straight edge. I feel like that. I literally like old man eyes. What is happening on my screen here? But that, if I'm not mistaken, that is a brunette girl hugging like a chocolate heart box kind of thing with little hearts. Is that correct? Because old eyes, old everything. I fucking love you guys, man. Pretty much nailed it. I'm not going to say that I'm the greatest of all time when it comes to awkwardly eyeing emojis from a distance with old eyes. But if there was a goat for such a category, I might be in the running. It's from one of them scam baiting streams I watch. What do you mean by... Oh, scam baiting. Yes. For a second there, I was like, what do you mean by scam baiting? And then I realized, like, it's the people who allow the CRA to call them up and be like, oh, I'm very interested in not going to jail for this incredible charge that I have. Tell me more. I love that. And I'm a firm believer that the longer you keep those people on the line, the less time they have to potentially take advantage of a person who might succumb to their bullshit. So yeah, 100%. You have a refund from Amazon. That is probably... I can't believe, like, so I'm one of those people that reports phishing attempts to Microsoft. When my Hotmail account gets like, hey, it's me, your old pal Amazon. There's a problem with your account and you need to like fix it. Click here to log in. Like, I see through that shit because I am a cybersecurity guy. I work in that world. I'm not by any means like a cybersecurity super ninja, but I work with cybersecurity guys. Like, that's like 99% of the jobs that I do are cybersecurity in nature. And so I'm like, yeah, I see that shit. And I'm like, I see you coming, motherfucker. And I will report that to Hotmail. And I feel very much like Hotmail doesn't give a fuck. And TELUS and banks and packages at the border and Canada Revenue, etc. Never. Oh, but the thing is, funny you should mention that. Canada Post emailed me from some random email address that had nothing to do with Canada Post. And they were like, bruh, we've got your delivery, bruh, but we don't have the right information. Why don't you send us all of your personal information and also your banking details, and we'll totes get that up right to you. And I was like, dude, I get it. You want my banking details just to validate who I am. I get it. Well, let me give that to you. No, I didn't. I didn't do that. I'm gonna have to give that number for the CRA one. Yes, the CRA one is my favorite. When the guy calls and he's like, you know, you're in big trouble, mister. And I'm like, I feel like in my personal circumstance, like I owe CRA a bunch of money. So the first time that call came in, I was like, but at the same time, like I have an active relationship with them, and I pay based on agreements that we've made. So when this call came in, I was like, this seems sussy. Before I heard about the fact that people were doing this, I was like, this seems very sussy. Because I've not hidden from the CRA. I owe money to the CRA, and I'm paying it on regular installments that we have agreed to. And I was like, okay, well, what the fuck are you doing? And then there was things about I owe to disabilities, but yeah, I wish I had a good excuse. Honestly, my excuse is ignorance. Literally, like early in my career, I was working for a company, and the guy who owned the company was like, hey, we're gonna do an amazing thing. I was like, what's that? He's like, we're gonna pay you less, but we're gonna make you a contractor, and that means that all the money goes to you, and like we'll figure out all the tax shit, but like this is what we're gonna do. This is the way the company will survive. It's a hard time financially. We're gonna pay you less, and you're gonna be a contractor, and everything's cool. And I don't know fucking nothing about nothing. And I was like, yeah, if that will help the company, like 100%. Little did I know, contractors get paid more because they have all of the responsibility on themselves. I didn't know what being a contractor meant. So I was like, yeah, of course, for the good of the company. And it turns out that was not for the good for Jim. And a couple of years went by, and I'm like a young married man with a new family. And my boss is like, hey, did you ever figure out that tax shit? And I was like, what are you talking about? I thought that was all dealt with. And I didn't know any of these things because I'm an idiot. And I didn't know that you had to do all this tax stuff. I assumed that it was being done for me. Stupid, admittedly. But then I'm looking at I go to do my taxes, and I was like, oh my God, I own like more money than I have. Things will get better. Things will get better. I'll deal with this when things get better. It's not going to be long. Things did not get better. And I literally spent if I was to guess, I'd say I spent 10 years hiding. Not hiding from them, but like hoping that somehow some magic thing would happen that would save me from my inevitable fate. And nothing did. And eventually CRA was like, oh, we see you. And I was like, yeah. They called me, and I was like, I am so that guy. Let me work with you. I don't know how the fuck I'm going to do this, but I don't want to declare bankruptcy. I don't want to do nothing stupid. I want to pay what I owe. Let me do this. And they were like, okay, that's cool. And I've been dealing with it ever since then. And I think that that's the responsible thing. I think it's important to own up to for me, this is my debt to my country. I'm more than happy to pay it. Even though it's not an easy thing, I do it. And I've been doing it ever since. And slowly getting that large number knocked down to a small number. Because you know what? I'm okay with... I have no problem with the fact that I owe money. I have no problem with the fact that I fucked up when I started my career. I have no problem with the fact that, other people don't go through this. I made mistakes, and I'm living with them, and I'm dealing with them, and I'm doing the right thing. And I'm 100% okay with that. My brother learned the hard way when he started on his own. He knows better now. It was painful the first few years. My brother's first tax bill was 38 grand. Second year was 88 grand. Lol, he cried a few times. Yeah, literally, I know what the numbers are that I pay in taxes every year. They're amazing. And they're also okay, but that's a reflection on how much money I've earned. okay. I guess I don't have a lot of room to bitch because I earned all this money. My situation is a bit unique because I'm still paying for an ex-wife and a very large amount of money. It's gone back this year and it goes sort of down from now on in because my children are all 18. But throughout the course of my career, I have been the sole breadwinner for my household, plus, and my household was just me, plus this house that had, 4 kids and a grown adult, none of whom could work. So, life was not easy, but I made it through, and now we're at a place where, like, yeah, I can deal with these. So yeah, like, when I saw the numbers that I owed, it was terrifying. And then you think about it in terms of, yeah, but like, look at what I bring in and what I live on. I live on fucking nothing. Like, you can't see the joy that is my house. This is a fucking house. Literally, there are rooms where I don't bother putting light bulbs in because they will not last 24 hours. My bedroom is very cold all the time, unless there's sexual excitement, which generally there's not. But it's very cold because it's poorly constructed. When you flush the toilet upstairs, I had to have a plumber come in because it just wouldn't stop. It was that thing where you jiggle the handle. Yeah, that was my life. And I'm being very kind to my house right now. In fact, there's like a million things wrong with it. But I love it. It's super cheap. And I have 3 bands I have 3 bands, plus another band jams out of here. Plus, like earlier tonight, my ex-girlfriend's son comes over. I was like his dad for many years. He comes over and does works on vocal covers to try and build up his voice and his range and all this stuff. And so literally he was in my basement singing along to tonight was Pearl Jam and Soundgarden and Alice in Chains and Tool, a bunch of stuff. Like, these are things I can do in my shitty broken ass house, and I'm okay with it. I don't know where I was going with this. I know I owe CRA money, and I'm paying it. Yeah, it's interesting. I have been doing taxes myself for years due to my complicated financial situation, and you learn so much about the numbers in the system. Yes. My ex-wife has not done that. So she calls up. So for the last couple of years, my youngest son has been living with me. And she'll call up and a tax season, and she's like, so how much is spousal support and how much is child support? And for her, these are really important numbers because she doesn't want to pay taxes. So she would love it if it was all child support. And I would love it if it was all spousal support. So we meet somewhere in the middle. But I know we're going to meet in the middle. Somehow she does not know that we're going to meet in the middle. It's because she's the mom from Plathville. If you know that reference, you'll absolutely get it. And another reason why I'm not going to be, that's not going to get clipped. Yeah. So, taxes. I don't fucking know what I was saying. I've been drinking. Shush. I've been using Adele for that. I'm nervous about HRT because of that. I have such a good range. What if it gets broken by man voice? Kitty, all I can tell you is this. There are some amazing singers in all kinds. Like, Adele has a great voice, absolutely. But fucking Aretha, Billie Holiday, and Sugar, you can do that shit. You can absolutely. If you take HRT and it affects your voice, I will be right there. I can point you to some singers who have exactly the vibe that you can do that will fucking rock. I love you. I will do that for you 100%. Yeah. All I can tell you is, much like everything else about you, HRT isn't going to break your voice. It's going to change your voice, quite likely. And it's going to change your voice maybe in ways that you're not used to. But at the end of the day, you control who you are, and HRT is going to like make you the you want to be. And I 100% endorse this. And I will back up whatever the fuck I need to back up to make that happen. That would be awesome. I, like, legitimately, hold me to that. You know, it's not going to be hard to hold me to that. The minute that you come to me and you're like, hey, I want to learn to sing some other stuff and I don't know what I'm, blah, 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 here's my range. Fella, I got you. There's also voice training that can be done for trans people to help with voice changes, experts. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I am not an expert. I am an expert in singing poorly punk rock. But I also have an ear for music, and I know a little bit about what I'm talking about. And I'm happy to help. But, yeah. I've been watching my sisters do voice training. Yeah. My mom... was a music singer. Was a music singer? What the fuck? This is the demon liquor right here. I don't know. I should definitely not drink anymore. My mom was a music teacher. My childhood was her getting a degree in music and education. And one of her students, and this is not a feather in her cap, one of her students became one of the Canadian Idol winners. And when I say it's not a feather in her cap, it's because my mom taught her at the elementary school stage. So it's not like in grade 1, she was like, I'm going to be a Canadian Idol one day. This is a girl who, like, yeah, she had nurturing, creative, musical input from day one. But there was so much more that came from the point my mom was involved to the point where she was, like, doing Canadian Idol. There was a step or two. So we're not... My mom won't take credit for that. I'm not on her behalf taking credit for that. But it's fucking badass that my mom had a student who went on to do this. Where was I going with that? I don't know. This is liquor. Either way, Kitty, I got your back, fella. She loves puns. Very good advice. There is absolutely people who are experts in this. My eldest kiddo is might be a good resource as well. Something to consider. And worst case scenario, I'll start a doo-wop band with you that will fucking own shit. Holy shit, it's like 20 to 12. Mountain time. I've had a good time tonight. And Kitty, I really enjoyed. If you could do me a favor, could you send me the link to the video that we were watching, but in Discord? And that way I have it, because there are several times where I'm like, yeah, I'll go back and check the chat, and then that doesn't happen. If you could send me the drink the drink, holy shit. If you could send me the link in Discord, that would be fucking awesome. Thank you very much. We would fuck shit up. We would fucking take over the industry. It would be like, they would have to come up with terms like neo barbershop and like post, what the fuck did I describe us as? Post doo-wop. We would be post doo-wop. We would change shit. And it would be shit that needs to get changed. That would be amazing. It would be amazing, right? Post doo-wop. I want to do a post doo-wop band. That's amazing. I may have a bass player for my ska-core band. This is good news for me. You really want to see that too? Yes, not my ska-core band, because clearly that message would have, the lag would have implied that you were saying you want to see Kitty and I rock some fucking post-core doo-wop. It could be doo-wop core. Doo-wop core. I don't know how that would work, but it would be terrible. It's been a really, really crazy month for me musically. I re-recorded bass lines for all of the Bodies of Everest songs, and one of them in particular, Sons of Sedition. We started the broadcast with playing the video, which was before I went live, but yeah, we released a video, and that was released actually just over 2 days ago. It was like 11:30 at night, the night before. 'Twas the night before Jan 6th, and all through the house not an insurrection was stirring, not even a mouse. Ska shows are always fun. Hell yeah, ska shows are fucking amazing. And when I say ska core, I'm referring to like Fishbone and Voodoo Glow Skulls, my like favorite ska bands. But it's that like edgier version of ska. Fucking love that. And you know what? We'll come to Edmonton. I play in a ska band that is playing shows right now. We'll go to the Starlight Room. It'll be fucking rad. Or you can just suck it up and come see my prog metal band. I shared it to the general in case anyone wants to watch. Oh, thank you, Kitty. Love that video, by the way. Ooh, I would totally go to your show. I would. The last time I played Edmonton, the last time I played Edmonton. No, that's not. Oh my god, that's not true. The first time I played Edmonton was terrible, and I didn't play Edmonton again for a long time. Not because it was terrible, but because there was no reason it was gonna get better. We played at the Rendezvous, and we played to like 6 people, and it was because the bands I was in were not that very good. And then I played at Wunderbar when I was in the Shillelaghs, and we played to like. It was a fairly decent, like it was a packed room at Wunderbar, which was like, 18 people or something like that. It was a very small room, but it was like super fun. We played with Whiskey Wagon. It was super awesome. And I think that's the last time I played Edmonton. I haven't played Edmonton a lot, but Bodies of Everest wants to play all over the place. Dr. James Reddy wants to play all over the place. So we're probably going to do some Edmonton shows. So yes, you will absolutely get the chance to see us come and play. Wonderbar, I haven't been there in years. It's a small place, but so fun. Is it still open? Obviously COVID, open. Because who the fuck knows what's going on with things. But it's been years since I've been to Wonderbar, and I literally have no idea if it's a thing. I know when I was in the Keith Morrison band, we played. What was the name of that place? It was like in the south of Edmonton. It was like a black metal bar. My brain is totally drawing a blank. Wonderbar's closed. I'm sorry to hear that. This place is closed too, as far as the Mead Hall. Yeah, the Mead Hall. And it was awesome. They had like a random Sunday where they had like acoustic acts. So me and Keith played, and Keith and I played. This is before we even had a band behind us. It was just like an acoustic guitar, an acoustic bass, and a guy who was a total mountain man playing that fucking shit out of being like, I'm from the mountains. It was super folky and yet rocky. And we played this show at the Mead Hall, and we're sitting afterwards and we're watching all these great, it was like an acoustic night. All these great acoustic acts playing, and some of them were like clearly they were metal folks who were just like, they were playing acoustic, but they were fucking metal folks. And the songs were metal, and it was sort of that, like, Viking-y vibe. It was super good. And there was also, like, people like us who were just like, we're playing folk music, whatever. And we looked around the room, and there's all these broken cymbals. And this is always the case anytime you're playing a live music venue. And we went, and I went to the bar, and I was like, hey, can I get a piece of paper and a pen? They're like, yeah, sure. And we drew them a broken cymbal, and we signed it, and we put it up on their wall with their permission, and we were like, we're never actually going to break a cymbal because we don't have a drummer, but we wanted you guys to remember us. And they were like, that's so cool, here's a tack. It was the best. Yeah, the meat hall. And they had such good beer. Not that I drink. But if I did, the meat hall had great beer. I remember they had something, I think it was called like a Johnny Cash or something. It was a very, very dark beer. And if I'm not mistaken, they had like a Johnny Cash figurine on top of the tap. And yeah, loved the shit out of that. It was such good beer. I will 100%. Edmonton is a great place. I've done some great stuff in Edmonton. And, you know, it's second to Calgary because of civic rivalry. But other than that bullshit, Edmonton's awesome. I won a silver medal for old fat men in Taekwondo in Edmonton. At the Shaw Center, which that was a surreal experience. Like, it's this beautiful building that looks like sort of a staircase down this hillscape. And it's like right in the river valley, and it's beautiful. If memory serves, like, it was gorgeous. And walking up to it, literally on the street of the Shaw Center, there's like across the street, there's all these like peep show rooms, and just like the sketchiest white guys like standing in the corner like, I ain't doing nothing. And then we get a little bit closer to the fucking Millennium Center, and there's this pool of red on the ground. I was like, ha, it's blood. Thinking it wasn't. But it was. And when I got close enough, there was like a broken off piece of metal in it. So it's not that someone had been stabbed there. It's that someone had been stabbed there and then was like, boink! You can't stop me. And probably chased the guy. I don't fucking know. Shaw Center's a cool place for shows in the riverbank. Well, that peep show is finally gone. I'm kind of sad. Like, I've never been to a peep show place. And it has like a certain authenticity that like downtown's like Calgary doesn't have any peep shows. And Edmonton had the one. Even in Vancouver, I don't remember seeing peep shows. I remember seeing a sign that was like condoms 30 cents each, limit 2 per customer. Like, that is the most specific creepy I've ever heard. But Edmonton was the only place I saw like had the, well, no, in recent years. When I was a kid, and we went across the city, or across the country in the summer, I remember Montreal had, there was a video arcade on the main floor, and peep shows and other shit above it. And my dad made a big deal about, oh, that's the pattern of sin. You start with the video games, and then the next thing you know, you're having sex with a prostitute for brothels. And I was like, oh my God, that's terrible. I mean, both Calgary and Edmonton are good. We are, to be fair, Calgary's kind of a shithole, and Edmonton's kind of a shithole. But, like, the things that make Edmonton and Calgary good, they're pretty cool. I love Calgary, even though it's a shithole. And I love going to Edmonton, even though it's a shithole. I feel like we're two tiny little shit towns that don't matter in the greater scheme of things, but there's some fucking great people in these places, and that's the beauty. Video games, the gateway to prostitutes. It's true. I knew a kid, he played a quarter in a Gallagher machine, and the next thing you know, I don't know why I'm this way. I used to like the Flames. Now I just think they're selfish and entitled. You know, the thing, I cannot relate to that, because I hated the Flames. I'm fuck off old. I'm a bunch older than you, Kitty. I'm a bunch older than probably everybody in the world. Like, Methuselah is like, dude, slow down. I remember the Calgary Flames when Willie Plett played for the Flames, and he was nothing but the enforcer guy. And I remember in grade 8, which would be like 6 or 7 years ago, getting free tickets to go see the Flames. And we're watching the game, and I was like, I don't really get it. Like, I don't get why this is exciting. And I was with my buddy Kevin, and we're like, this is okay, I guess. And then Willie Plett started just fucking feeding shots to some dude, and the room ignited. every single person was on their feet and they're like, yeah, fuck that motherfucker up. And Kevin and I are like, what is happening? Oh my God. Blew our fucking minds. And I walked away from that with like a permanent scar about hockey in my heart. I was like, is hockey literally just like a thing that you deal with and get through so that sometimes someone can hurt somebody? To me, that's all hockey ever was. And so, like, that's all I got. That's all I got for hockey. Everyone's like, I remember when the Red Mile was happening, I was going to meet a former friend for a beer. And I didn't even realize it was a hockey night. And we're walking to the bar from a C-train station, and coming from the bar to the C-train station are all the fucking hopped up on alcohol, Flames fan kids who are like, you know, they haven't even got pimples yet, but they're really drunk. And they're like, go Flames, go! So I started yelling, South! And no one liked that, but I'm big enough that everyone was like, they just pretended. It was so good. You could see them, they'd be like, they'd hear me. I was in the bar doing the same thing, because they still, by the time we got to the bar, like 40 minutes after the fucking game ended, people are still like, go Flames, go! And I start yelling out as loud as I can, South! And you can see them like, someone's going to die. I mean, like, not yet. You're not that much older than me. I'm older than you enough, young fella. I will take you over my knee. I remember him playing for Minnesota. Yep. Willie Platt. Funny enough, last live game I saw was the year before COVID in Calgary against Edmonton. Saddle Dome needs to be raised. Yeah, we just didn't go ahead with our we had the plans for a new event center. I haven't followed that story because I don't give a shit. I recognize that there is value in a big center for the community, but I also recognize that I don't fucking care because it doesn't affect my life at all. I'm not Johnny Sportsball, and I am not someone who gives a shit about sportsball. And if Calgary didn't have sportsball, I wouldn't care. But like, I get that. Also, I'm not the only one in the city, so I'm not opposed to the idea. There has to be some value to it. There has to be some give and take. I don't know where things are, so I can't speak to like if things are good or if the deal going south is bad or whatever. Like, I literally know nothing. All I can tell you is this. I want there to be a venue in this city that is amazing for sports, and at the same time, the trade-off, the fucking deal has to be, give us a bunch of venues for live music that are smaller. We can use the big-ass venue for those big-ass events, but support the smaller venues of varying sizes. So we have the little tiny places where the bands that no one knows can go. And then like the bands that can draw 100 people can go. And the bands that can draw 1,000 people can go. And everything in between, until such time as you have the place where the bands that draw 10,000, 20,000, 60,000 people can go. I hate this city because literally you go from rooms of 100 that are all in competition with each other, which I get, to one room that can host 500. And by that I mean, when last they did the business license, they came back with 500 based on their math, and no venue since then could possibly get 500 people in that same space. And then from and that's Dickens. From Dickens, your next step is what? The Telus Convention Center, like 2.5 times the size, followed by the Corral. Like, fuck off. Oh my God, Virgil Cox has an important thing to say. It's nyosinkud.site. Virgil, I just want to tell you, I know you're not a fake account. I know you're a very real person with real feelings and real emotions. What's awesome is you had to follow me for at least 5 minutes subscribe to me for at least 5 minutes for that to happen. So I want to thank you for caring about the message that I bring, Virgil Cox. And please don't take this as me as insulting you when I say that your last name sounds like the plural of roosters. Are you a farm boy? Are you from a farm, Virgil? Huh? Virgil Cox? There's like 6 of them on a fence, all crowing the dawn. Oh, Virgil, feel that burn. Feel that burn. Fucking kitty reported your ass, motherfucker. How you feeling now, bitch? How you feeling? I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, that's the thing. Keeping the smaller venues is something people don't think about. Edmonton has lost some important local small venues that help local bands and so much. Yeah, fuck. Edmonton had so many great local, Edmonton, Calgary. I think this is true of all sort of cities our size, but there's all like the venues that like the Starlight Room in Edmonton is the big one. I've never played the Starlight Room. Every show I've played in Edmonton has been at a different venue. The Rendezvous was the biggest by all means, but I've played a bunch of other small little rooms that no one fucking seems to know about, and that all have their place. My band that played the Rendezvous should not have played the Starlight Room because we would have been way too not a draw for them. My band that played any of these, Wonder Bar, we weren't big enough to fill the fucking Starlight Room. That's why we need all these different spaces. And I'm not telling you these things. I'm saying it as an evangelist, not like, let me tell you about music, She Loves Buns. There needs to be multiple venues. I don't mean that. Please don't take it that way. But yeah, I don't know why this is such a hard thing for people to get, that people who look like me are going to go to shows. We're going to make music. And sometimes we're going to play to nobody. And sometimes we're going to get built up and built up and built up and built up. And we'll develop a following and we'll have all the right connections and all that other shit. And we'll be huge and we can play your massive stadiums. But, there should probably be some stuff in between. This is all I'm saying. All right, it is 11:58. Canada time. TM. That's... I don't know if I know there's a lot of Americans watching right now, and probably, Virgil Cox is from Texas, because why wouldn't he fucking be? Here in Canada, we measure our hours based on the deca hour. Americans use minutes, is it? Some stupid shit like that. Minutes. Please, how many deca hours have you gone through? Or centa hours, right? So it's 58 centa hours and 11 full hours. And isn't that way clearer than saying, I don't know, it's after dark? Stupid Americans. Anyways, it's 11:58. I have to be up early so that I can stream tomorrow, so that I can watch a debate with Xander Hall and Brittany from Politically Provoked, who is taking the perspective that immigration bad. I watched the debate, and the whole time I was yelling at my phone going, you fucking moron. And I don't feel like Xander Hall, I feel like he was trying to be kind. I won't do that. I am not going to be kind to Brittany. Which is awesome, because Brittany's not going to watch my fucking review of it. So I can say whatever I want and feel very confident that this will never get back to her. So we'll see you tomorrow. Totally left. Yes. Super left. She's super left. She's the left-wing moderator of the Nazi forum. It's been fun. Glad I dropped in. Looking forward to the stream tomorrow. Thank you, She Loves Buns. Thank you, Kitty Jerkface. Thank you, Reno. My friend Christian. Super cool Virgil, who was so fucking crazy awesome. And I'm definitely, Virgil, please, I'm going to check out niosnk.site because I'm sure it's not Russian malware designed to ruin everything about my life. I'm sure it's legit. I bet it's hot singles in my area. But on that note, fuck yourself. The rest of you who are not Virgil Cox, I love you. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for... I feel like I'm sobering up, which is even cooler. Thank you for being here with me for my experiment. And I did go from libertarian socialist all the way to libertarian communist, which is probably the shortest journey. But either way, thank you. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow.